Chapter 452. New Flyer's newest fire magic arrows would trigger a miniature flame explosion spell array embedded in the arrow after each hit. Its power was equivalent to a level 3 fire spell. Although the power of a level 3 fire spell was nothing compared to the level 8 Azure Guard. A level 3 fire spell might not be a threat to the Azure Guard, but the power of 10, 100, or even 1,000 level 3 fire spells would be a completely different matter. Under Suyi's orders, Hart and the other guards continued to equip the magic repeating crossbows with fire magic arrows. The fiery red flames in the night sky showed no signs of stopping. The seemingly endless number of fire magic arrows crashed into the Azure Guard's light screen, triggering an endless series of explosions. It was as if fireworks were being set off, bursting into balls of fiery red and light blue magic light in the wilderness shrouded in the night sky. At the start, the mage could still rely on his powerful magic power to maintain a light screen, but there was a limit to a mage's magic power. No matter how powerful this mage was, he couldn't withstand the continuous bombardment of fire magic arrows. The Azure Guard only lasted for less than half a minute before it dimmed under the bombardment of arrows. It looked like it couldn't be maintained any longer. Because of the threat of such a violent rain of arrows, the cavalry could only advance under the protection of the light screen. Their speed naturally became extremely slow. In this half a minute, they had only advanced less than 50 meters. They hadn't even touched the edge of the camp. At this moment, the light of the Azure Guard finally started to flicker under the continuous bombardment of the fire magic arrows. He snorted coldly and suddenly raised his hand, waving it forward. Crackle! An unusually dazzling bolt of lightning appeared in the air in front of Sui. It streaked across the night sky like lightning and hit the light screen directly. The light screen shook violently for a moment. Suddenly, a bright blue light burst out of it, and then it disappeared. The bolt of lightning pierced through the light screen and landed in the midst of the cavalry, bursting into a blinding white light. The 100 cavalry that had been maintaining a complete formation under the cover of the light screen were struck by the bolt of lightning and were instantly routed. With a loud shout, the remaining cavalrymen suddenly turned their horses around and prepared to flee. Seeing this situation, Sui coldly snorted and ordered Hart, "Capture a few alive. Don't let the rest go." Yes. Hart accepted the order and left. The guards once again changed into ordinary arrow boxes. Another round of arrows rained down, and the few remaining cavalrymen fell like harvested rice. This time, the 10 elven guards who came along with Hart quietly sneaked out of the darkness. Hart ordered the rest of the guards to put away their magic repeating crossbows, drew their short blades, and rushed out. Seeing that the 10 elven guards had disappeared into the darkness and that Hart and the other human guards had taken control of the battlefield, Sui nodded and returned to the camp. At this moment, everyone in the camp had been awakened and were gathered in the center of the camp, discussing nervously. The difference was that the dwarves were all excited, while the humans were excited, nervous, and scared. Seeing that Sui had returned to the camp, a group of people surrounded him. "President, how is it?" "President, is the situation serious? Do you need us to join in?" "I say, do you still need to ask? Didn't you see the president smiling? It must be fine. Right, President?" "President." Sui smiled and waved his hand. "All right, the enemy has been dealt with. Don't worry, everyone go back and rest. We still have to hurry tomorrow morning. So take the time to rest." "It's settled? Isn't it too fast?" Everyone was stunned. However, seeing that Sui had no intention to continue explaining, everyone discussed with each other for a while and returned to their own tents. As for whether they really planned on resting or not, that was something Sui didn't care about. After returning to his tent and waiting patiently for a while, light footsteps sounded outside, followed by Hart's deliberately lowered voice. "President, the battlefield has been cleaned up." Sui opened the tent flap and walked out. He saw Hart and ISOs covered in blood. "President, ISOs and the others have captured 3 people. What do you think we should do with them?" Hart asked. "Interrogate them properly and find out who sent them here." Sui instructed in a deep voice. He glanced at the blood on Hart and ISOs and asked, "How are our losses this time?" "3 of our patrolling brothers are dead. We didn't suffer any other losses," Hart replied. A hint of sadness flashed across Su Yi's face. Although Su Yi had already expected this day to come when he established the caravan guards, he still couldn't help but sigh when he was faced with the death of his guards. This continent was ultimately a world that was far less stable and peaceful than Earth. After waving his hand to signal Hart and ISOs to interrogate the captives, Su Yi turned to look at the tent behind him. He realized that he didn't feel sleepy at all. After thinking for a while, he sat down cross-legged beside the fire in the center of the camp. Su Yi's heart was beating like a flame as he watched the firewood crackle and sparks fly in all directions. Although the attack at night didn't seem to be a big deal and didn't pose much of a threat to the caravan, it was entirely because the other party had underestimated the defensive capabilities of the caravan. They didn't expect the guards to be equipped with such powerful magical crossbows and the latest magical arrows developed by New Flyer. Under normal circumstances, the 200 well-trained cavalrymen would be an extremely powerful force. Together with a powerful mage who could support the level 8 spell Azure Guard, this force was enough to destroy a small city. It would be a piece of cake for them to deal with a New Flyer caravan that only had 50 guards. With such a powerful force, it was obvious that they were not ordinary bandits that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They should be a regular army that had been sent out from somewhere. What Su Yi was puzzled about now was who sent this group of cavalrymen who could be considered elite even in the regular army of the kingdom and a powerful mage. From the other party's performance tonight, it was obvious that they didn't intend to give the caravan any room to resist. However, what Su Yi couldn't be sure of was whether the other party intended to destroy the entire caravan or kidnap them. After thinking for a while, Su Yi realized that he couldn't get an accurate answer without sufficient information. He could only give up. Let's hope Hart and ISOs can get something useful out of them. Su Yi glanced at the darkness outside the camp. Hart, ISOs, and the rest were interrogating the captives there. However, what puzzled Su Yi was that he didn't hear any screams. He didn't know what method Hart and the rest were using to interrogate the captives. After giving up on this thought, Su Yi began to think about another problem. The sudden attack tonight made Su Yi a bit vigilant. He had been focused on the development of New Flyer before. Although he had been reminded by Count Samo, Chairman Cruz, and Her Highness 70 that he had to be careful of people moving against New Flyer, the New Flyer had been developing very smoothly, and Su Yi had gradually let down his vigilance. However, the attack tonight reminded Su Yi of a cruel fact. Signs was different from the peaceful environment of Earth. This world was much more open and would even use the simplest method of violence to solve problems. Su Yi wanted to solve all problems on a business level, but other people didn't think the same. To put it simply, I really am too naive. Su Yi gave a sigh and gave a self-deprecating laugh. Turning to look at the corpses of the 3 guards by the side of the camp, Su Yi slightly narrowed his eyes. Perhaps it was time to change his mind. After waiting by the fire for a while, a guard came over and told Su Yi that Captain Hart was inviting him over. Su Yi followed the guard to the camp and saw that Hart and ISOs had finished their interrogation. Seeing the strange expressions on their faces, he understood that they must have gotten a surprising result. "How is it?" Su Yi asked. Hart and ISOs looked at each other with serious expressions. Hart paused before moving closer to Su Yi and replying in a soft voice. "Sir Chairman, these fellows who ambushed us came from the Sack Kingdom's Hungry Wolf Regiment." "Sack Kingdom?" Su Yi looked at the 2 of them in surprise with a look of disbelief. "How is that possible? This place is 200 kilometers from the border. How could the Sack Kingdom's army come this deep and launch a night attack on our motorcade?" Hart shook his head with an ugly expression. "I also don't know what happened. But according to the captives, they received their orders this morning and didn't meet any obstacles on the way. Then they launched a surprise attack on our motorcade night. They didn't meet any obstacles?" Su Yi narrowed his eyes and looked over Hart before saying with a snort, "Hart, tell me, what is the range of the Northern Army's defenses?" Hart replied with a bitter smile. Sir Chairman, although the Northern Army is supposed to guard the kingdom's northern border in name, the Northern Army's strength is limited and it's impossible to guard every place. So other than the most important border in the Muerto Mountains, the other places are mainly taken care of by the border cities. I understand. He took the record from heart and carefully looked it over, but he didn't see anything of value. This captive said that they followed orders to sneak in. Then where are the people who gave them orders? ISO shook his head. I'm very sorry, Sir Chairman. There was a magician and a knight who were very strong, so we couldn't catch them. I think that they should be the commanders of the cavalry. He nodded and didn't blame ISOs. After all, in the short battle, just now, that magician had already displayed powerful magic. If such a powerful magician was determined to escape, then with a strong warrior, it would be very easy to catch them. It was almost impossible to catch them. Looking over the report in his hand again, he thought about it before giving the report to Hart and saying in a deep voice, Hart, I'll give you a transport magic car. Pick a few guards and bring the captives and this report back to Banda City, giving them to Her Highness 70. Hart was surprised. He doubtfully looked at Sue-E, but he didn't ask anything as he agreed in a deep voice. But after thinking about it, he couldn't help saying, Sir Chairman, if I bring a few more guards with me, wouldn't the motorcade's defenses be lacking? What if someone sneak attacks? They won't. Tonight's attack failed, so it's impossible for the other side to attack again in a short period of time. The price is too high, and they can't afford it. You just need to listen to my orders and give these things to Her Highness. Her Highness will know what to do. Hart hesitated a bit before asking, Then what about the battlefield here? It's not good to leave all these corpses here. Sue-E gave a cold laugh. Relax. Naturally, there will be people to take care of things here. There's no need for us to worry. Chapter 453. Then you escaped back just like that? Michel Count narrowed his eyes as he sized up the two men in front of him. Their bodies were tattered, and even their hair was charred. They looked extremely miserable as they drooped on their heads. His eyes revealed a trace of coldness and danger. Mage Della, whose black magic robe had long been reduced to a few rags, looked at Michel's unwavering expression and couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Michel Count, the reason why we became like this is entirely because the information you gave us was wrong. The power of the weapons hidden in the New Flyers convoy was far beyond our imagination. Moreover, their chairman, Sue-E, is not a mere grade 7 mage. I dare say that he has the power of a grade 9 mage at least. Michel Count snorted coldly and looked at Mage Della from the corner of his eyes. What? Are you criticizing me? Mage Della was furious. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Everton, whose armor was scorched black and white by fire magic and lightning magic. No, Michel Count, we did not mean to criticize you. However, the strength of a New Flyers Guards was indeed far beyond our expectations. The 200 men I led were the most elite cavalry team in our legion, but we could not even get close to their camp. I think this is also beyond your expectations, right? Michel Count was silent for a moment before nodding slowly. That's right. I also did not expect the strength of a New Flyers Guards to be so terrifying. Michel Count looked at the mottled marks on the two men and frowned. You said that the New Flyer had developed a type of magic arrow, and it can use the magic repeating crossbow to fire continuously? Everton nodded. Yes, ordinary arrows could be blocked by Della alone, but this kind of magic arrow was also a great threat to mages. I think even if Sue-E did not make a move, we would not be able to break through the defense of these magic arrows and rush into the camp. Magic arrows. Michel Count tapped his finger on the stool and pondered for a moment. He took a deep breath, stood up, and extended his hand to the two of them. All right, Mage Della, General Everton, my information this time was indeed not accurate enough, causing you to suffer losses and resulting in the failure of this operation. However, through this operation, they had found out that New Flyer had secretly developed magical arrows. I think Legion Commander Linear must attach great importance to this news. I hope you can explain it to him when you return. Of course. Half an hour later, Everton and Della left Count Michel's private manor outside of the Lacaton city quietly after ending the secret meeting. Michel Count frowned and fell into deep thought as he watched the two figures disappear into the dark wilderness outside the manor. This wasn't his first time cooperating with the Sac Kingdom's Hungry Wolf Regiment, but Michel Count knew that this cooperation was very dangerous, so he had been very careful when cooperating. If he didn't feel the threat of New Flyer, Michel Count definitely wouldn't have chosen to use the importance the Sac Kingdom placed on New Flyer to secretly lure the Hungry Wolf Regiment out. He also deliberately led Will Count to stop the New Flyer's motorcade outside the city, creating a good chance for a night attack. According to Michel Count's plan, as long as he killed Sue E and got rid of the core power of New Flyer, the New Flyer would naturally fall apart. It would greatly weaken the support they had for Her Highness 70, making her lose an important supporter with great potential and reducing her threat to His Highness Eric. Although Michel Count was very optimistic about the magic machine industry the New Flyer promoted, based on his position, it wasn't convenient for him to support it. Anyway, even if he took care of the New Flyer, as long as His Highness Eric took the throne, there would be a chance to develop the magic machine industry on the basis of the New Flyer. But the strength the New Flyer displayed now far surpassed Michel Count's expectations. According to Della's description, the New Flyer only had around 50 guards, but they actually used the magic repeating crossbows to force Della to use the Deep Blue Guard as a defense. What shocked Michel Count even more was that with the newly developed magic arrows New Flyer developed, a powerful 8th grade magician like Della couldn't stop the normal guards and was forced to run. If one compared the strength of both sides, it was 200 trained and well-equipped elite cavalry of the Hungry Wolf Regiment with an 8th grade magician against the 50 normal guards of the New Flyer caravan. Adding in Sue E, whose strength was unknown, but according to Della, he was at least a 9th grade magician. If the magicians on both sides were canceled out, there was no doubt that the Hungry Wolf Regiment had the absolute advantage. But in the end, other than killing 3 patrolling guards in the beginning, the Hungry Wolf Regiment couldn't even touch the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's motorcade. Their 200 cavalry had been completely wiped out, and only magician Della and Everton had managed to escape with their own strength. In the end, this result made Michel Count reevaluate the New Flyer in his heart. In the eyes of most people, New Flyer had only made a lot of money with their new magic machines. However, their foundation and strength were far from being comparable to the established chambers of commerce in the kingdom. However, through the failure of tonight's surprise attack, Michel Count realized that although New Flyer's foundation wasn't as good as the established chambers of commerce, their strength was not to be underestimated. The Frestac Chamber of Commerce could develop magic arrows that could threaten powerful magicians in such a short period of time. So if they were given more time to develop, what kind of novel things could they develop? When he thought of this, Michel Count suddenly realized that he might have been wrong about the New Flyer. A Chamber of Commerce that could always create miracles, he was afraid that it was no longer the small Chamber of Commerce that he thought he could easily manipulate. Michel Count thought for a moment, and then picked up a pen and paper to write a letter. Honorable Prince Eric, as for the Frestac Chamber of Commerce, I have a new suggestion. ####. The next morning, everyone in the caravan got out of their tents as soon as the sun rose. Without needing Su Yi's orders, everyone quickly put away their things. After taking a few bites of their rations, they got into their magic cars and quickly set off in the direction of Seoul City. After what happened last night, no one was willing to stay here any longer. In this unfamiliar place, perhaps only by going to Count Samo's territory could everyone feel assured. When a motorcade set off, Hart led the 5 guards he had personally picked to escort the 3 captives from yesterday. He drove a transport magic car back to Bana City on the same road. According to Su Yi's orders, they wouldn't stop in any cities on the way and would try to be as secretive as possible. They would return to Bana City as quickly as possible and report what happened last night to Her Highness 70. Su Yi was worried that something would happen to the 3 captives on the way back, but after ISOs gave each of them a bowl of medicine, the 3 captives immediately fell asleep like they were dead. They couldn't make any movements at all. which made Hart's group much more relaxed. After the caravan parted ways, Su-Yi led the rest of the magic cars to transport the goods at the fastest speed. In just a single morning, they left Lamart City and returned to the wide cement road. However, what Su-Yi didn't expect was that after the caravan drove for 2 hours, they suddenly found that the road in front of them was cut off. Although the road that appeared on the other side of the highway looked very wide, it was basically an old dirt and gravel road. Although by the standards of dirt and gravel roads, this road was considered smooth and the road condition wasn't bad, for a dirt and gravel road to appear on the main road between the two cities, Su-Yi couldn't help being a bit surprised. I know, this should be the area of Basur City. A human researcher from the Magic Machine Development Center who was with Su-Yi came from another city in the Northeast Province. Seeing Su-Yi's confused look, he explained to him, Basur City is the poorest city in the Northeast Province. There isn't one of them. They can't even afford to build a road? Su-Yi asked in a surprised voice. If they really want to build it, they should be able to, this researcher said with a bit of sigh. But Basur City's old city lord Count Longley has always had a good reputation. It said that he wasn't willing to increase the burden of the citizens by building roads, so he refused to raise funds to build roads like the other cities. Su-Yi slightly knit his brows. He thought that from the perspective of a normal citizen, this decision could be praised as loving the citizens, but from the perspective of a city lord, it was clearly stupid. Building a road would cost at most several 100,000 gold coins. Although this would bring a financial burden to the city, after the road was built, the benefits it would bring to the city would far surpass this investment. There were many examples like this in the cities around Bana City. In the long run, this investment was very worth it no matter what. This Count Longley's eyes were this short-sighted. Su-Yi couldn't help looking down on him. Right? Did you just say old city lord? That means that Basur City has a new city lord? Su-Yi noticed a problem. Actually, the old city lord is the old Count Longley. He passed away at the beginning of the year because of his illness, and now his son has inherited his position as Count and city lord. It's like this. Su-Yi nodded. He thought of the information he received before. There were 3 cities in the Northeast Province that clearly supported His Highness Eric. They were Lamart City that the motorcade was stopped from entering yesterday, Basur City, and Delakatan City. If the one supporting His Highness Eric was the old Count Longley who had already passed away, would the young Count Longley who took over the position of city lord change his attitude? Chapter 454. Although in the information that Su-Yi had, Basur City's old city lord Count Longley and Lamart City's city lord Count will both supported His Highness Eric inheriting the throne, it was different from Lamart City that directly rejected the New Flyers motorcade. When the New Flyers motorcade passed through Basur City, they didn't meet any resistance at all. Su-Yi was worried that if they were rejected outside the city again, they would have to travel through the night to avoid sleeping in the wild. But now that he saw that Basur City didn't do anything special, he relaxed. Perhaps it was like he had guessed. The young Count Longley who took over the position of Count and City Lord was a bit different from his father, the old Count Longley, in terms of politics. When it was close to dusk, the motorcade finally entered Basur City. Looking at the low and old city walls in front of him, as well as the rusty city gates that made squeaking sounds when they were blown by the wind, Su-Yi almost didn't dare believe his eyes. He had transmigrated to this world for 6 years and had seen many cities in the Lampari Kingdom. He thought that Bana City was the most backward city, but this Basur City in front of him had completely changed the bottom line in his heart. This place that was even more dilapidated than the Bana City that Su-Yi saw 3 years ago. It was so small that it couldn't even be considered a city and could only be considered castle. This was Basur City? Su-Yi couldn't help shaking his head. Although, when he entered Basur City, he had seen the poverty of the city on the way, but seeing the main city that represented the city like this, he was still a bit surprised. In the past half a year, because the New Flyer had begun their expansion, Su-Yi had personally visited many cities in the Lampari Kingdom. There were some poor cities, but no matter how poor they were, at least the main city was built quite well. No matter what, The poor ones were the normal citizens. It wasn't related to a noble like the Lord City Lord, right? Thinking of this, he felt a bit of respect for the old Count Longley who had passed away. Based on this, he didn't seem like a person who fished for fame. Rather, he really cared about the citizens under his rule. Of course, his decision to support His Highness Prince Eric was debatable. The magic machine industry promoted by the new flyer was mainly concentrated in the southern part of the Lampari Kingdom. There were only a few companies in the northeast province that were involved in producing household magic machines. As for the magic cars that could be considered the most advanced magic technology in New Flyer, they were rarely seen in the northeast province. In a small city like Basara City, naturally they had never seen one before. So when the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's motorcade of over 20 magic cars approached the city gates, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Seeing the transport magic car slowly stop in front of them, the gate guard was stunned. He looked up at the magic car that was twice his height in a daze and couldn't say a word for a while. It was not until Ankto jumped out of the car and walked up to him that the guard finally realized what was going on. He swallowed hard and coughed hard. Getting into his stance, he shouted solemnly, "Hey, where are you caravans from? What are you doing in our Basara city?" Enkato handed over the caravan pass with a faint smile. The guard looked over it, and his eyes opened wide in shock. The Frestac Chamber of Commerce. Looking at the magic cars behind them, the guard suddenly understood. That's right, other than your new flyer, which company would have this many magic cars? Enkato was a bit surprised. He never thought that the gate guard of a small and poor city like Basura City would know about the new flyer. There was a bit of pride that filled his heart. Even this kind of person knew about the new flyer. It could be seen how famous the new flyer was in the kingdom right now. Right, we're the new flyer from Bana City. We are preparing to transport goods to Seoul City and are passing by, so we want to stay here for the night. Enkato explained. Oh. The guard looked at the pass in his hand before looking at Enkato and the motorcade behind Enkato before knitting his brows. It's not a problem to let you in, but with all these magic cars, I'm afraid I can't arrange everything after entering the city. Enkato was surprised to see the situation inside the city through the gate. He found that the road to the gate was very small and crowded, with the widest part being less than 4 meters wide and the narrowest part being less than 3 meters wide. Although it could barely fit the magic cars with such a narrow road, the magic cars wouldn't even be able to make a turn. Moreover, this road was connected to the city gate, so it should be the widest road in the city. If this road was this narrow, it could be imagined what the other roads were like. Seeing this situation, Enkato was a bit troubled. After thinking about it, he had to come to the center of the motorcade to ask Su-E for instructions. Su-E was also curious why Enkato was talking to the gate guard for so long. After hearing Enkato's explanation, he was also a bit surprised. Although he already knew that Basura City was small and short, he never thought that the situation inside the city would be this bad. Guild leader, I think we should just set up camp outside the city. Camby suggested. Anyway, we're already at the edge of the city. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Su-E thought about it before nodding. That's fine. Enkato, go and tell the others that we'll be setting up camp outside the city tonight. But if they're not used to it, they can find an inn in the city to rest. The company will reimburse them. Enkato left. Su-E was silent for a bit before getting out of the car and going to the gate to discuss with the guard. Hearing that the motorcade wanted to set up camp outside the city, the guard was a bit hesitant. I'm afraid this isn't good. If you stop outside the city, you'll hinder others. After knowing that Su-E was the new Flyers chairman, the guard's tone couldn't help becoming a bit weaker. If it was anyone else who made this request, they would have already been chased away. We'll choose a place where we won't hinder others. Just give us a piece of empty land, Su-E patiently explained, and we'll only be staying for one night. We'll leave tomorrow morning. I don't think it'll be a problem. Seeing that the guard was still hesitating, Su-E looked left and right before tugging at the guard. With his back facing the others, he took out a money pouch from his bosom and handed it over. Just treat this money as our entrance fee, but we won't be entering the city. What do you think? The guard glanced at the money pouch in Su-Yi's hand. He could tell that the money pouch contained far more than the entrance fee they should pay. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva and look left and right. He snatched the money pouch from Su Yi's hand and coughed lightly before saying with a stern expression, "All right, since you're in trouble, I won't make things too difficult for you. Go to the side and find an empty space to settle down. Remember, you can't hinder others." Su Yi agreed with a smile. Just as he turned to leave, he suddenly noticed that the guard's expression had changed drastically. The guard's beaming expression after receiving the money pouch had instantly turned into one of extreme fear, as if he had seen a ghost. "What's going on?" Su Yi looked back in puzzlement. He looked in the direction that the guard was staring at and saw a horse carriage rushing over from the distance, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Wait! Just as Su Yi was wondering why the guard looked at the horse carriage as if he had seen a ghost, the guard suddenly reached out and grabbed Su Yi's arm. He stuffed the money pouch that he hadn't put away into Su Yi's bosom and said in a low voice, "Remember, I didn't say anything just now." Su Yi looked at the guard in astonishment, only to see the guard's expression quickly change again. This time, the guard piled up a flattering smile on his face and smilingly went to greet the horse carriage with the other city guards at the gate. It was obvious that the person sitting in the horse carriage should be a big shot that these city guards were familiar with. But when Su Yi's gaze swept over the horse carriage, he found that the horse carriage was very ordinary no matter how he looked at it. He couldn't see the slightest trace of a noble aura. This made Su Yi unable to figure out who was sitting in the horse carriage and who could cause the guard to have such a drastic change. Not long after, the horse carriage quickly passed through the dirt and gravel road, leaving behind a cloud of dust. However, it directly ignored the city gate guard and the other city guards who came to greet it. It didn't slow down in the slightest as it passed right in front of Su Yi. Su Yi frowned slightly. He raised his right hand and circulated the magic within his body. He used flowing wind to disperse the large amount of dust brought by the horse carriage. After the dust settled, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s jumped down from the horse carriage. He grabbed Su Yi's hands and said with a face full of excitement, "Chairman Su, I finally caught up to you." Su Yi looked at the middle-aged man in front of him in astonishment. He discovered that the man's face was full of exhaustion. The clothes he wore looked to be of good quality and were wrinkled. However, he was in high spirits and his eyes were full of joy. "You are... Oh, I forgot to introduce myself." The middle-aged man adjusted his expression and pointed at Basura City behind Su Yi and said, "Chairman Su, please allow me to introduce myself. I am the current city lord of Basura City, Count Levi Longley. This is our first meeting. I hope Chairman Su can take care of me in the future." Su Yi sized up this middle-aged man in front of him who didn't have the aura of a noble at all. From the surprised looks of the city guards and city guards, he could tell that this middle-aged man wasn't lying. He was indeed the city lord of Basura City, Count Longley. But what made Su Yi very confused was that Basura City was clearly the side that supported Prince Eric. Why would they be so polite to him, the chairman of New Flyer? Why would they be so excited after seeing Su Yi? Could it be Su Yi's plan from before had become a reality? Chapter 455. No matter how much old Count Longley thought about the commoners and wasn't willing to be extravagant, he was still a noble in the end, so there were some things that couldn't be avoided. For example, the large private manor that every noble family had. "Chairman Su, please come in." Count Longley warmly welcomed Su Yi into the manor and called over several servants to bring the magic cars and New Flyer staff in, settling them down. "The conditions of this manor aren't that good. I asked Chairman Su to forgive me." Su Yi shook his head with a smile. "No matter what, it's much more convenient than camping in the wild, isn't it?" After pausing, Su Yi softly added, "Not to mention that in this manor, there's no need to worry about meeting any danger." Count Longley stopped and looked at Su Yi. After hesitating a bit, he looked around and signaled to Su Yi to come with him. The two entered a small room on the side of the manor, and after the servants gave them hot tea, Count Longley waved his hand to have the servants leave. After being silent for a bit, he said in a deep voice, "Chairman Su, were you really the ones who were attacked last night?" Sue, you revealed a faint smile. Why do you say as expected? Because since yesterday, I've been following your motorcade. In the inn this morning, I saw some. Count Longley knit his brows. A regretful scene? Only regretful? Sue seriously looked at Count Longley's expression, trying to see if there was any connection between him and this matter. However, although the expression on Count Longley's face was complicated, most of it was bitterness and helplessness. The rest of it was filled with concern for the new flyer that had been attacked. Chairman Sue, I understand that you might doubt me because of our Basura City's position, but on this matter, please believe me. I am indeed filled with regret and anger. Count Longley paused before changing the topic. Chairman Sue, were your losses last night serious? Very serious. Su Yi's face sunk as he revealed a pained expression. In last night's attack, our Chamber of Commerce lost 3 loyal guards. I am deeply saddened and indignant about this. When we return to Anvilmar City, I will definitely report this matter to the Royal Parliament and get the compensation that these 3 guards deserve. Count Longley was surprised. You only lost 3 guards? Su Yi looked at him. Only? Count Longley. To me, all guards are precious employees of our company. We can't afford to lose a single one. Ah, no, Chairman Sue, you're mistaken. I didn't mean that. Only, Count Longley waved his hand with a look of disbelief on his face. In that situation, you actually only lost 3 guards. I have to say, the battle strength of your Frestec Chamber of Commerce's guards really is outstanding. What? Longley's Count Longley. Do you know what happened last night? Count Longley quickly shook his head. No, I just calculated it based on the traces of the battle I saw this morning. If my guess isn't wrong, it should have been a group of elite cavalry that ambushed you. Did you calculate this? Sui looked at Count Longley with a smile that wasn't a smile. Seeing Sui act like he didn't believe him, Count Longley revealed a helpless smile. He didn't know how to continue. He didn't speak, and Sui also didn't speak. The room fell into silence. After the awkward atmosphere lasted for a while, Count Longley gave a cough and a smile appeared on his face again. He asked Sui, Chairman Sue, your destination this time is Soul City, right? That's right. Sui nodded. Last time I went to Soul City and met Count Samiet. He mentioned that he would invite your new flyer to invest in Soul City. If my guess isn't wrong, the goods you're transporting this time are related to this? That's right. Sui put down the teacup and looked at Count Longley. He thought that since he took the initiative to ask about this, could it be that he had some special thoughts like he had guessed before? Count Longley pondered for a moment before asking. Then, Chairman Sue, can you tell me how much money your company is planning to invest in Soul City this time? Sue revealed a faint smile and raised a finger. The initial investment is 1 million gold coins. 1 million gold coins? Count Longley's eyes widened and his breathing became a bit faster. It seemed like even with his identity as a city lord, he was shocked by this amount. And it's only in the initial stage? That's right. Our final goal is to build a production base in Soul City that belongs to our company. We'll use Soul City as the center of our company in the northeastern part of the kingdom. We'll use it to radiate across the entire northeastern part of the kingdom. We can even trade with the surrounding countries and regions here. 1 million gold coins can only be considered an initial investment. In the final estimate, I feel that the total investment won't be less than 5 million gold coins. Sui said, 5 million gold coins. Count Longley gave a soft sigh, and his voice was filled with shock and admiration. Chairman Sue, your new flyer is really rich. You're actually willing to invest such a large amount of 5 million gold coins in Soul City. Sui chuckled. I'm a merchant. Investing money is naturally to make money. I'm confident that if I invest 5 million gold coins in Soul City, I'll definitely make more than 5 million gold coins in the future. I believe Chairman Sue can do it. Count Longley nodded before asking. But Chairman Sue, can I ask you another question? Please ask. Your company has decided to invest 5 million gold coins in Soul City. Although I believe that Chairman Sue has the ability to earn more than the investment, where are you planning to invest the 5 million gold coins? Can Soul City develop as quickly as Banta City with your company's investment? Count Longley asked with a serious expression. I'm not 100% certain about this. Whether a city can develop quickly, other than needing investment, the most important thing is that the people making the decisions are strong enough. Of course, when Count Samo was Banta City's city lord, I had many good experiences working with him. I believe that in Seoul City this time, we'll be able to have a good cooperation. I think that as long as we can take care of some details, Seoul City's rapid development can be predicted. Hearing Su Yi's response, Count Longley fell into deep thought. Although the expression on his face didn't change that much, based on the changes in his eyes and the tapping of his fingers on the table, it could be seen that he was struggling in his heart. After a while, when the tea in Su Yi's cup was about to turn cold, Count Longley finally stopped tapping. His eyes gradually filled with determination as he looked at Su Yi with a faint smile. Chairman Su, since you've come to our Basura city with great difficulty, can you stay a day and let me properly entertain a rare guest like you? Su Yi looked at Count Longley with a gaze of deep meaning. Longley, Count Longley, it isn't convenient for you to keep me here as a guest, right? Count Longley revealed a faint smile. Aren't you already here as a guest? How is it inconvenient? And I do have a lot of things to ask Chairman Su. I hope that Chairman Su can do me the honor of staying here for a day. Su, he looked like he was considering it. After thinking for a while, he nodded. All right, seeing Count Longley's kind invitation, my subordinates and I will disturb you here for a day. As for what to ask, Count Longley, you're too polite. If there's anything you need to discuss with me, please don't hesitate to ask. The smile on Count Longley's face became brighter, definitely. Hashtag Pa. The exquisite natural amber jade bottle that came from the hands of Master Panda and was bought by Count Wolf for a high price of 13,000 gold coins in the last auction in Anvilmar City fell heavily to the ground, instantly shattering into pieces. The surrounding servants were shocked, but they didn't dare to show any strange expressions on their faces. They could only lower their heads deeply. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were very clear that when Count Wolf was enraged, it was best not to be noticed by him. Otherwise, the consequences would be hard to predict. Lamart City's city Lord Manor's clerk Levon knit his brows as he looked at the broken jade bottle on the ground. He waved his hand, and it was like the servants had been pardoned as they quickly walked out. Seeing the last servant obediently close the door, Levon waited for a while before saying to Count Will, Sir Count, you should make a decision. Decision? What decision? Well, Count Will angrily roared out. Attacking the new Flyer's motorcade in my territory? It even attracted those brats from the Sack Kingdom. He's trying to King kill me. That dog Michelle, this matter must have been done by that old fox. I'm not done with him. Levon deeply knit his brows. After thinking about it, he said with a sigh, Sir City Lord, if this matter really was done by Count Michel, I think that we definitely won't be able to find any evidence. Moreover, Levon gave a bitter laugh before continuing. I suspect that he might have done this under the orders of His Highness. The orders of His Highness. Well, Count Will was stunned. After thinking about it, there was a bone-chilling look in his eyes. Why would His Highness want to harm me? What benefits does this bring him? No, His Highness might have just wanted to get rid of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, and Count Michel choosing to do this in our Lamart City was just his own decision. Levon analyzed. Count Michel has always been competing with Sir City Lord for the control of the Northeast Province. So if he can use this matter to take you down, he will have achieved his goal. Even if he can't take you down, as long as the kingdom's parliament is wary of you, he can also achieve his goal. In his dreams. Well, Count Will gave a cold snort. He walked around the room in deep thought before waving his hand at Levon. Levon immediately came over. Well, Count Will came to his ear and said in a soft voice, Listen well, this time you're going. After hearing Will Count Will's orders, Levon looked at him in surprise. If he really followed Will Count Will's orders, wouldn't that mean that the relationship between Lamart City and Delacadan City would completely break? But seeing Will Count Will's dark face and the fierce look in his eyes, Levon didn't dare say a single word. He was very clear that Will Count Will in this state was the most dangerous. Chapter 456. Chairman Su, do you see the river in front of us? That is our Northeast Province's largest river, the Beno River. After flowing through the Northeast Province, it will continue east, passing through the Drake Duchy, the Fenno Kingdom, and finally joining the Sky River. Count Longley enthusiastically pointed at the Silver River in front of them as he introduced it to Su-yi. Su-yi looked up at the sparkling river in front of him that reflected countless rays of sunlight, feeling a bit strange. Isn't the winter in the north very cold? Why isn't this river frozen? Count Longley laughed. This is the Beno River's greatest characteristic. Although it's in the north of the kingdom, it never freezes in winter. The reason? Su-yi was a bit curious. Although the north of the Lampari Kingdom wasn't the northernmost part of the continent, the winter temperature was -10 to 20 degrees. Normally speaking, this Beno River wasn't that wide, so it should be frozen. Count Longley laughed. You'll understand the reason in a bit. Su-yi couldn't help rolling his eyes. He never thought that this Count Longley would have a bad habit of keeping people in suspense. The horse carriage carried the two of them down the bumpy dirt road before finally stopping in a normal village that wasn't that big. Count Longley had just gotten out of the horse carriage when a group of people surrounded him. Lord City Lord, you're here again. Lord City Lord, are you here to take a bath again? Lord City Lord, today's weather is good. It's perfect for taking a bath. That's right, Lord City Lord, you haven't been here in several days. Come, let's eat at our house first. I went up the mountain to hunt a deer yesterday, and I still have the leg. It's good that you're here. Lord City Lord, I want to eat candy. Seeing the villagers enthusiastically surrounding Count Longley, Su-yi was a bit surprised. When he was in Bana City, Samo Count could be considered close to the citizens, but he had never been like Longley Count. He could make the citizens talk to him without any pressure, like they were old friends. Lonely Count was also full of smiles as he greeted everyone in a familiar manner. He even reached out to pick up the child who asked him for candy. After calling out to Su-yi, he walked towards the old farmer who had invited him to eat at his house. Su-yi followed him into the village. Every time they passed a house, someone would greet Count Longley warmly. It wasn't until they arrived at the old farmer's house that Lonely Count put down the child and stuffed him with candy. Then he patted his butt and chased the child back to his house. Only then did he invite Su-yi in like a master. When he came in, Su-yi felt a suffocating hot air mixed with a strange smell that hit him in the face, and he couldn't help slightly knitting his brows. The old farmer walking in front had already guessed that Su-yi would react to this smell, so he turned back to Su-yi with an embarrassed smile. This guest can't stand the smell in the house, but there's no other way. The countryside is like this, so I ask you to bear with it. Count Longley on the side also explained, it's too cold in the winter, so in order to make the house a bit warmer, this is a necessary method. Su-yi looked into the room and found that there was a stove in the center of this room that was less than 20 square meters. There were several pieces of firewood burning on the stove, and at the same time, there was a bit of smoke coming out, making the entire room seem like it was filled with smoke. There was an unknown fragrance coming from the iron pot on the stove that was cooking something. It really was strange. There was a shabby bed in the corner of the house. There was a thin blanket that was black, and its original color couldn't be seen at all. There were two children wrapped in the blanket that were no more than 10 years old. They looked at the two guests that suddenly came in with their round eyes. A moment later, the two children rushed out of the bed and jumped into Count Longley's arms, crying out in joy. Seeing this, Su-yi smiled at the old farmer who still had an apologetic expression. Don't worry. Even the city lord can bear it, so of course I can. The old farmer gave a simple smile and walked out from the back door of the house. He seemed to be shouting at someone. Not long later, the old farmer and a farmer woman came back into the house and began to work around the stove. At this time, Count Longley had already gotten along well with the two children. He sat down next to the stove with a smile and then called out to Su-yi. Come, Chairman Su, sit down. Old Hal's stewed deer leg is a rare delicacy, and I haven't eaten it many times. Your luck is pretty good to be able to eat it today. Hearing Count Longley's praise, the old farmer called Old Hal narrowed his eyes and laughed. He kept adding all kinds of ingredients that Sue-E couldn't recognize into the pot. When Old Hal finally finished stewing the deer leg and put a bowl of soup in front of Sue-E, Sue-E still felt that today's experience was a bit strange. He originally thought that Count Lonely had purposely asked him to stay for a day because he had something special to discuss with him. He didn't think that he would just walk around Basara's city with Sue-E without saying anything. Early this morning, he had unexpectedly brought Sue-E to this small village outside the city. Now, he was even bringing him into this poor farmer's home to taste the deer that the old farmer had hunted himself. This Count Lonely, has he made up his mind, or is he still hesitating? Sue-E had questions in his mind, but he didn't show it on his face. He thanked Old Hal, took the bowl of soup, blew on it, and took a sip. A mouthful of fragrance exploded in his mouth, and Sue-E couldn't help but give Old Hal a big thumbs up. Delicious. No wonder Sir City Lord specially brought me here. It was because he was hungry. Receiving Sue-Ye's generous praise, Old Hal's eyes narrowed into two slits from his smile. It was unknown where he went, but he took out a bag that seemed to be made of lambskin. He took out a bowl and opened the lid of the lambskin bag, causing the fragrance of wine to fill the air. It was filled with fine wine. Come, eat some deer meat and drink some wine. That is the best enjoyment. After Lonely Count Lonely came here, it was like he was a completely different person. He didn't look like a noble at all. He took the bowl of wine from Old Hal's hands and raised it to toast Sue-E. Sue-E clinked their bowls and drank in one gulp. He found that even though the taste of this wine couldn't compare to the wine of the Sachi Manor or the wine from the dwarves' wineries, it was still pretty good. Thus, the 4 adults and 2 children gathered around the stove. Even the children sipped their wine and ate the venison soup heartily. In a short while, they had finished the entire pot of venison, not even sparing a single drop of soup at the bottom of the pot. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lonely Count Lonely rested for a bit before calling out to Sue-E again. "Let's go, Chairman Sue. In this kind of weather, after eating, we should go take a good bath. It is definitely a good enjoyment." Sue-E was still puzzled, but he didn't plan on asking. Today, Lonely Count Lonely didn't plan on saying anything until the last moment. Of course, he would patiently wait and wouldn't rush him. If Lonely Count Lonely's thoughts were as he guessed, then this matter was indeed a very difficult decision for Lonely Count Lonely. It was normal for him to be hesitant. After leaving Old Hal's house, Lonely Count Lonely didn't immediately head up the mountain. Instead, he returned to the carriage and took out 2 bags. He threw one to Sue-E and carried the other. He led the way to a small mountain outside the village. It was good to walk a few steps after eating, but it was a bit strenuous to directly climb a mountain. Sue-Ye's stamina wasn't good to begin with. Under these conditions, he was out of breath after climbing a section of the mountain, causing Lonely Count Lonely to laugh loudly. "Chairman Sue, I heard that you are a magician. Are all magicians as weak as you?" Sue-E rolled his eyes, but he didn't have the strength to refute. At the very least, he had met many magicians, but he hadn't seen any magician with especially good stamina. It was a good thing that this mountain wasn't very high and they hadn't reached the top yet. Lonely Count Lonely stopped and led Sue-E down a small path on the side of the mountain. After walking for a while, there was the sound of water splashing in front of them. There was also a thick mist of water vapor floating in front of them. Seeing this scene, Sue-E was shocked. Why did this look so much like the thing he would occasionally experience on Earth? After walking for a while, the water vapor became even thicker, but they could clearly see that there was a pool of water over 100 square meters on the side of the mountain. The water in the pool clearly had a certain temperature. In this cold weather, it emitted a thick heat that dyed the surroundings of the pool like a paradise. That's right, this was actually a hot spring. Seeing Sue-E in a daze, Lonely Count Lonely laughed and said to Sue-E, "Chairman Sue, you're a southerner, so this should be your first time seeing our specialty hot spring, right?" Sue-E wanted to say that he had experienced this many times on Earth, but he still nodded in acknowledgement. "Since it is your first time here, then you have to properly experience it. Let me tell you, in this kind of weather, soaking in a hot spring is simply the greatest enjoyment. After saying this, Lonely Count Lonely didn't hold back at all. He didn't seem to have any reservations as he skillfully took off all his clothes and directly entered the hot spring pool. Seeing Lonely Count Lonely waving at him from the hot spring, he helplessly shook his head. He also quickly took off his clothes and entered. It had to be said that in this kind of cold weather, soaking in this kind of natural hot spring and being able to enjoy the scenery from a high place really was a great enjoyment. However, because of Lonely Count Lonely's intentions in bringing him here, he couldn't easily enjoy it. The two of them chatted while soaking in the hot spring. After a while, Lonely Count Lonely suddenly sighed. Even though Old Hal and the others are right next to this kind of natural enjoyment, they have to worry about how to eat their fill every day. They don't have the mood to think about this kind of enjoyment at all. Chairman Sue, what do you think? He withdrew his gaze from the village at the foot of the mountain and turned to look at Lonely Count Lonely. This fellow had been keeping him in suspense all day. Was he finally going to talk about the main topic? Chapter 457. 2 days later, the New Flyer motorcade left Basura City after 3 days and headed on the road to Seoul City. The medium-sized magic car kept bumping along the dirt road outside Basura City, causing and the other Magic Machine Development Center researchers to sway. The researchers were led by the dwarf Camby. They were using this time to discuss the work they were about to do after arriving in Seoul City, making the atmosphere in the car very lively. However, he was very silent. He turned to look at the scenery outside the window and slightly knit his brows, falling into deep thought the entire time. Looking over the dilapidated houses on both sides of the road, Suyi's expression became more and more serious. He was currently faced with an important choice, but because of his worries, he couldn't make his decision. Camby on the side stopped his discussion and turned to see the strange look on Suyi's face. He couldn't help asking, "Chairman, what is wrong with you? Since you went out with Lonely Count the day before yesterday, why do you always have this expression? Could it be that Lonely Count did something that made it hard for you?" He gave a bitter laugh and shook his head. "Although it isn't wrong to say that Lonely Count made it hard for me, the truth is that I made it hard for myself." "What do you mean?" Camby had a confused look. Sui looked at the small village of small houses in the distance for a while before suddenly asking, "Camby, if you decided to do something that could help many people, but also put you in a very dangerous situation, what would you choose?" Camby knit his brows. "That depends on whether those people are worth helping or not, and how dangerous the situation is." "What?" "Chairman, what did Lonely Count say to you? It can't be that he wants to invite you to invest in Basura City, right?" He looked at Camby with wide eyes in surprise. All along, he had assumed that dwarves like Camby were rather slow to react to such matters. Yet, he didn't expect Camby to be so astute as to blurt out the truth. "Yes, Count Lonely did send an invitation, and his attitude was very sincere. I have to admit that I was moved by him." He nodded. Thinking of his interactions with Lonely Count in the past few days, he had a strange feeling. In the past few years, with the rapid development of New Flyer, he had come into contact with a large number of nobles in the Lampari Kingdom. In his opinion, there were good and bad qualities among them. Good nobles could coexist peacefully with commoners and even extend a helping hand to the commoners as much as possible. Bad nobles, on the other hand, would use their privileges to oppress commoners and satisfy their own desires. On the other hand, most nobles adhered to the traditions of nobles and were basically on a completely different level from commoners. They had nothing to do with each other, as though they belonged to two different worlds. But no matter what, he hadn't seen a single noble like Count Lonely who could truly coexist with commoners as equals. He was even wholeheartedly working hard to improve the lives of the commoners under his rule. He wasn't certain if Count Lonely was acting. But from the evaluation of the commoners of Basura City and the attitude of the commoners of Basura City towards Count Lonely, he could tell that Count Lonely's attitude was rather sincere. After all, it was easy for him to fake it, but it was hard for him to get all the commoners of Basura City to do the same. Even if he wasn't acting, Sui had no choice but to seriously consider Count Longley's proposal based on his attitude and the implications of this matter. Investing in Busuru City wasn't that hard for New Flyer. Although Busuru City was indeed very poor, and there weren't many good resources in the city, based on his observations over the past few days, Sui had already found several ways to develop Busuru City. After investigating it, he felt that it was quite feasible. The only thing Busuru City lacked was funds, and this was what New Flyer didn't lack right now. If they agreed to Count Longley's invitation and New Flyer came to Busuru City to invest, it would have a deeper meaning. It would mean that Busuru City, who publicly supported His Highness Eric, was actually cooperating with Her Highness 70's New Flyer. No one would think that New Flyer wanted to support His Highness Eric. Rather, people would think that Count Longley wanted to betray His Highness. The reason was that the difference in power between the two sides was too great. Although Count Longley was a city lord, a respected count, Busuru City was the weakest and poorest city in the Northeast province. Count Longley didn't have much power as a city lord at all. But New Flyer was different. As a new company that developed the fastest in the Lampuri Kingdom, the Frestac Chamber of Commerce was considered to have limitless prospects. The power and potential that the Frestac Chamber of Commerce had was not something a city lord of a poor city could compare to. Both sides also had a large difference in support for His Highness Eric and Her Highness 70. But even so, the significance of this matter was very large. If Count Longley really chose to invite New Flyer to invest in Busuru City and cooperate with New Flyer, it would be considered a betrayal by His Highness Eric's side. Moreover, this was a bad start for many people. It meant that the side that supported His Highness Eric wasn't a solid board, and there were internal divisions. If this matter became reality, Sui could imagine how angry His Highness Eric would be and how serious the consequences would be. So when he heard Count Longley clearly invite him, even if Sui was already prepared, he was still very surprised. Count Longley, are you certain you want to do this? Are you certain you know what the consequences of this will be? Sui still remembered the bitter and helpless expression on Count Longley's face when he answered this question, as well as a deep determination. Of course I know, but compared to the survival of the tens of thousands of people in Busuru City, what does a mere betrayal count for? For this goal, our Longley family has already worked hard for several generations. Now that there's a chance in front of me, if I don't grab it, how could I face my family's seniors? How could I face the people of Busuru City? Are you certain that if you do this, your father will know in the underworld and won't think you're betraying him? The reason father chose to support His Highness Eric was because His Highness said he would support him first and guarantee that all the citizens of the kingdom would be able to eat their fill. But in order to obtain military merits for himself, he doesn't care about the lives of the citizens and is adding a large burden to Busuru City that they can't bear. If father was still here, he would be the first one to reprimand him. Count Longley's clear answer allowed Sui to understand why he would make this choice that would shock everyone, but it also made it hard for Sui. Walking around Busuru City with Count Longley over the past few days naturally wasn't a play. Rather, it was to investigate the environment of Busuru City under Count Longley's lead. In these few days, Sui found that Busuru City really was the poorest city in the Northeast province. Not to mention most of the normal farmers outside the city being like Old Hal's family, unable to solve the most basic problem of food and clothing. Even the citizens with slightly better family conditions could only barely survive. Not to mention the rapidly developing Bana City. It couldn't even compare to any of the cities Sui had been to. Sui, of course, hoped that with the investment of a New Flyer, Busuru City would develop and improve the lives of these poor people. But if he did this, not only would Count Longley face serious problems, Sui would also face problems. His Highness Eric's side would think that Count Longley was betraying them, but they would also think that New Flyer was provoking them and even challenging them. If they really did this, it would break the fragile balance between His Highness Eric's side and Her Highness 70's side. It would make the two sides that could barely coexist truly stand against each other. Sui couldn't bear the heavy responsibility of splitting the Lampari kingdom, so he couldn't easily agree to Lonely Count Longley's request. He could only tell Lonely Count that he would consider it and leave him with a trace of hope. As for whether he would agree or not, he had to return to Bandit City and discuss this with Her Highness 70. This matter wasn't just a matter of the New Flyer Company. Lonely Count Longley naturally knew Su Yi's worries, so he didn't force Su Yi to agree. Rather, he warmly welcomed the New Flyers group, fully displaying his sincerity. But when he was sending them off, Lonely Count Longley's eyes made it hard for Su Yi to resist. Thinking of this, Su Yi couldn't help giving another bitter laugh. How good would it be if Lampuri 13th didn't have that many children, or if he directly chose one of them as the successor to the throne? That way, everyone wouldn't need to fight for the throne and waste the strength of the Lampari kingdom. Now that the Lampari kingdom had become like this, he as the king should be the one to take responsibility. However, after all this time, His Majesty had stayed out of this. He didn't make any final decisions and didn't show any favoritism. It was like he deliberately wanted things to become like this. This king, just what he'd want to do. Chapter 458. Today was a rare warm winter day, but Lampuri 13th didn't choose to enjoy the sun in the kingdom's back garden like usual. Rather, he was hugging a thick goose-down blanket and lying down on the bed with 3 layers of blankets, slowly reading the documents in his hand. Dima on the side saw that Lampuri 13's face was so pale that it didn't have any blood in it, and his eyes were filled with deep worry. He wanted to tell Lampuri 13th to rest, but he didn't say anything. He just turned the magic lamp in the room a bit brighter, letting Lampuri 13th see more clearly. Hey, that kid Eric, he really has a group of pig teammates. Lampuri 13th finished reading the documents in his hand and gave a cold laugh before turning to Dima. Dima, has there been any movement from 70 in the past few days? Dima was a bit surprised before quickly replying after thinking about it. Her Highness has been in Banta City during this time, working on the city's renovation project. When the canal connecting the Sandy River and the Rum River was opened, she even personally hosted the ceremony. Lampuri 13th gave a slight nod. Banta City's development is quite good. If every city in the kingdom was as worry-free as Banta City, I wouldn't need to worry about the threat of the Sack Kingdom. Dima hesitated a bit before carefully saying, Your Majesty, to be honest, although the one who contributed the most to Banta City's development is the New Flyer, if it wasn't for Her Highness supporting the New Flyer wouldn't have developed this smoothly. What? You want to remind me of 70's excellent eyes? Lampuri 13th said with a faint smile. Your Majesty is wise. You must be able to tell. Dima quickly lowered his head. Lampuri 13th gave a laugh. I know what you want to say. But Dima, you should know that even if I want to officially appoint 70 as my successor, there will be many voices of opposition. Moreover, you should also know why those fellows are against it. Dima said with a bitter smile. Because His Highness can guarantee their benefits. But Her Highness cares more about the benefits of the kingdom and improving the lives of the citizens. So, I have to give 70 enough time to protect her and make her stronger. Only she. Lampuri 13th suddenly coughed violently. Dima hurriedly picked up a cup of warm water and handed it over. Lampuri 13th drank 2 mouthfuls of water before knitting his brows and pointing at the cabinet across from the bed. Go get that. Dima was shocked. Your Majesty, you should eat less of that thing. Your body. Lampuri 13th glared at him, and Dima obediently came in front of the cabinet. He took out a small jar and took out a small red pill from it. Taking the pill from Dima, Lampuri 13th revealed a self-deprecating smile. After coughing for a bit, he knit his brows and swallowed the pill with the water in his hand. After a while, a blush appeared on Lampuri 13th's face. It made him seem more spirited, and he even stopped coughing. Dima looked at Lampuri 13th, who had recovered, and the worry in his eyes became stronger. Lampuri 13th closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, there were several glows in his eyes. It was like he had returned to his prime years from a few years ago, becoming the king that everyone in the kingdom respected from the bottom of their hearts. Dima, bring a pen and paper. I'll give 3 royal orders. First, order the 3rd Army of the kingdom's garrison to head to Seoul City and guard the northern border, preventing the Sak kingdom from invading south. After the 3rd Army enters Seoul City, they will be controlled by Seoul City and will be provided by Seoul City. Hearing the first order, Dima's eyelids jumped up. Once this order was given, it meant that the 3rd Army of the garrison would become Seoul City's city guard. Not only would the 3rd Army be controlled by Seoul City in name, they would also be provided by Seoul City. Their lifeline would be controlled by Seoul City. Count Shan was an astute city lord, so how could he not understand the king's intentions? He firmly grasped the 3rd Army in his hands. Second, order the kingdom's royal parliament to audit Eric, Seveni, and Durant. As the king of the Lampari kingdom, I propose that the 3 of them be given the title of crown prince, giving them all the rights of a crown prince. Hearing the second order, Dima deeply knit his brows. Although these 3 princes and princesses had the status of crown prince since birth, this was only a name. Before they were audited by the royal parliament, they only had this status and didn't have the rights. For example, the crown prince had the right to participate in the royal parliament, but before they were audited, they couldn't participate in the royal parliament. Among all these rights, the most important one was that before they officially became the crown prince, the 3 princes and princesses had personal guards, but these guards belonged to His Majesty in name and were assigned to them by His Majesty to protect the safety of his children. But after they became the crown prince, the 3 of them had the right to have their own personal guards. Different from normal nobles, the princes and princesses with the status of crown prince could have up to 5,000 personal guards, and they had the right to openly recruit them. This meant that as long as they became the crown prince and they had enough money and power, they could form their own elite personal guards. This personal guard could be considered the core power of the 3 princes, and it had a very important meaning. Although before deciding on the heir, letting the princes and princesses have the status of crown prince and forming personal guards was a tradition of the Lampari kingdom. In the history of the Lampari kingdom, it was normally the king who decided on the throne first. In order to train the heir, they would give the heir the status of crown prince. Now that Lampuri XIII hadn't decided on the heir yet, he had chosen to give the 3 princes and princesses the status of crown prince. This had only happened 3 times in the history of the Lampari kingdom. Out of the 3 times, every single one of them resulted in terrible consequences. The most serious one even caused internal strife in the entire kingdom. After that, there hadn't been a single king who chose to do this. Dima hesitated a bit, but he couldn't help the strong doubt in his heart. He said to Lampuri XIII, "Your Majesty, this isn't appropriate, right? You're not worried that something will go wrong?" Lampuri XIII looked at Dima and softly said, "Who do you think this order will affect the most?" Dima was surprised. After thinking about it, he suddenly understood. With the current situation of the Lampari kingdom, although Prince Durant had the right to the throne, no one thought that he had the right to compete with Prince Eric and Her Highness Seveni for the throne. Because Prince Eric had obtained the support of many old nobles, although he didn't have any personal guards on the surface, he could control quite a few armies. Adding in the fact that he was transferred to Lawrence City as the city lord, he had obtained a part of the Northern Army, which increased the military power in his hands. On the contrary, Her Highness Seveni didn't have much military power. What she could use right now was only the guards His Majesty had given her. Even if the other nobles that supported Her Highness Seveni could provide private armies, compared to His Highness Eric, there was no doubt that they were lacking. So this order, the one that would affect Her Highness Seveni the most in the end. If Her Highness Seveni could recruit 5,000 private guards, there was no doubt that her power would increase by a large amount. The most important thing was that Seveni had the support of the new flyer, so her private guards would definitely surpass the armies of the other kingdoms. However, the worry in Dima's heart didn't decrease at all. Although His Majesty's order had indirectly strengthened Her Highness Seveni's power, like this, wasn't it putting His Highness Eric and Her Highness Seveni on opposite sides? It was like He was afraid that they wouldn't have the ability to fight each other. Dima looked at Lampuri 13th, who had a calm expression and sparkling eyes. He simply didn't dare believe that this order that he thought was stupid came from Lampuri 13th. However, the habit of being with Lampuri 13th for many years made him honestly remember this order, and he didn't dare refute it. Seeing the doubt that couldn't be hidden on Dima's face, Lampuri 13th revealed a faint smile I didn't plan on explaining. After Dima recorded the second order, he paused before continuing. Third, have the kingdom's business department re-examine the surrounding countries and make a report on the feasibility and safety of trading with the surrounding countries. Dima was stunned. He never thought that the third order would suddenly change to business. Your Majesty, are you planning on opening the kingdom's foreign trade? Dima asked. When discussing this, Dima's tone was much more relaxed. That's right. Lampuri 13th nodded. The reason why we didn't open it before was because our kingdom was behind the surrounding countries. If we opened it, the merchants of the other countries would suck the money of our kingdom's citizens dry. But now, it's our turn to take their money. Dima's expression was a bit strange. Your Majesty, aren't you too confident in New Flyer? The only company in our kingdom that has an absolute advantage over the other countries is them. But with just them, I'm afraid they can't take on this heavy responsibility, right? Lampuri 13th gave a soft snort. That fellow Su E is more daring than you think. Even without the support of the kingdom, he has already reached out to many of the surrounding countries. Now, I'm helping him because I want him to develop faster, so that he won't be swallowed by those fellows if he stays in the kingdom. Dima knit his brows as he looked at Lampuri 13th. He thought that if your Majesty is worried that New Flyer will be swallowed by others in the kingdom, then aren't you worried that New Flyer will go outside the kingdom and be swallowed by those greedy fellows in the other countries? Chapter 459. No matter what angle one looked at it from, Princess Caroline couldn't be described as greedy or vicious. However, when Su E led the motorcade to Seoul City and saw this beautiful girl with a warm smile beside Samo Count, the smile on his face became a bit awkward. Hey, dear Chairman Su, you're finally here. When Princess Caroline saw Su E, her smile became even brighter as she greeted Su E first. I've been waiting for you the entire time. Su E calmed down from thinking of the previous matters and said with a faint smile, I've made your Highness wait for a long time. But building a production base in Seoul City is a big matter, so we have to prepare everything ahead of time, so naturally it will take some time. Of course I understand. Princess Caroline rolled her eyes at Su E. But I was anxious and want to see you again. Seeing the smile on Samo Count's face, Su E gave a cough before nodding. He turned to Samo Count and said, Lord City Lord, how are the preparations on your side? Samo Count revealed a faint smile. What? It's only been a year, and you don't believe in my abilities? Su E quickly waved his hand. How could I dare? But I want to understand the situation so that we can start as soon as possible. There's no need to rush. Samo Count looked past Su E and fell onto the row of magic cars behind Su E before giving a satisfied nod. You've just arrived today, so rest first, and we'll discuss work tomorrow. Moreover, Princess Caroline has been waiting for you for a week, so she must have many things to say to you. Seeing the sweet smile on Princess Caroline's face, Su E resisted the urge to roll his eyes at Samo Count as he turned to call the motorcade into the city. Compared to Basura City that was much smaller than Bana City, Seoul City that was one of the top cities in the Northeast province was much bigger. Not mentioning anything else, just Seoul City's walls were twice as tall as Basura City's walls, which was much higher than Bana City's. Moreover, the thickness was even more shocking. When they passed through the gates, Su E looked around and found that the walls near the gates were over 5 meters thick. Although it couldn't be as thick as the gates in other places, it was definitely thicker than Bana City's walls that were only made of 3 layers of bricks. Seeing Su E look at the walls, Samo Count, who came with him, said with a faint smile, Seoul City is close to the northern border, so we have to be on guard against the Sak Kingdom's walls. Su E nodded before thinking of a problem. If we're talking about being close to the border, Banda City is only 100 kilometers away from the southern border. So why haven't the walls been thickened? Because the Kingdom of Ruhr is an old friend of our Lampari Kingdom. Since the Lampari Kingdom was founded, the Kingdom of Ruhr has always been our loyal ally. They have never betrayed us, so naturally we don't need to be on guard against them. Count Samo explained. He gave a slight nod, but he didn't agree in his heart. Although historically speaking, the Kingdom of Ruhr had always been an ally of the Lampari Kingdom, there were only benefits between countries, and old friends weren't reliable. To the reason why Banda City didn't choose to strengthen the walls was most likely because they didn't have the money. The Lampari Kingdom's finances weren't rich, so other than maintaining the kingdom's operations, most of it was used to defend against the Sack Kingdom. Naturally, they didn't have any extra money to invest in other places. Even if Banda City was very rich now, when and Samo Count were renovating the city, they never considered changing the walls. Had transmigrated from Earth, so he never thought about the problem of thickening the walls to defend against enemies. As for Samo Count, he chose to ignore it because of inertia. Actually, your Banda City's walls are much higher and thicker than the walls of many of our Drake Duchy cities. Princess Caroline on the other side of gave a sigh as she looked around the walls of Seoul City. As for walls as thick as this one, I'm afraid you won't be able to find one like this in all the cities of our Drake Duchy. He looked at her. Your Drake Duchy being able to survive in the gap between the Drake Duchy and the Lampari Kingdom wasn't relying on the walls. With a thought, he said to Princess Caroline, Your Highness, if you have ideas about changing the walls, I have a very good plan here. As long as you change the walls according to this plan, I guarantee that unless an Arch-Magus-level magician makes a move, there won't be any problems with the walls. Princess Caroline and Samo Count were surprised as they asked at the same time, Really? What kind of walls are these? He revealed a faint smile and turned to point at the road outside Seoul City. Your Highness, Lord City Lord, I think you should know that the roads are mainly made of concrete. You should understand how strong concrete is now, right? Princess Caroline shook her head. I've experienced the convenience of the roads in your Lampari Kingdom, but I'm not clear on how the roads are made. Your Highness, if your Drake Duchy wants to develop, my first suggestion is to build roads. He said with a serious look. As long as we solve the problem of the roads and ensure that the transportation is smooth, it will be easier for the economy to develop. When I went to Banda City last time, I saw the roads between Banda City and the surrounding cities. There were countless horse carriages going back and forth, and I was shocked by this scene. If our Drake Duchy can become like this, it means that our duchy has developed. Princess Caroline said in an emotional voice. That day will definitely come. He said, Thank you. Princess Caroline gave a sweet smile. But Chairman we seem to have strayed from the topic. How about you tell me about the city walls that even great magicians can't break first? He didn't immediately answer this question and turned to Count Samo to ask, Lord City Lord, do you still remember the reinforced concrete structure used in the Sandy River project? Samo Count's eyes lit up. Of course I remember. You mean using that structure to build the city walls? But can that structure support the city walls that high? Of course. He nodded. In theory, as long as there is enough steel and cement, the reinforced concrete structure can even reach the sky. Princess Caroline looked up at the sky of Seoul City and pursed her lips into a smile. Chairman you're just boasting, right? How could it be that high? You don't believe me? He revealed a smile. If you saw the skyscrapers that reached several hundred meters into the sky on Earth, you definitely wouldn't believe your eyes. Moreover, with Su Yi's suggestion, Chairman Cruz was leading the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce to do experiments. He believed that not long from now, there would be a truly tall building in Banda City that far surpassed the current level of signs. All right, that's only in theory. But since you said this, I think there shouldn't be a problem using this structure to build a high enough city wall. Count Samo said with a nod. But there is a very important question. What is the cost of this city wall? Hearing this question, Princess Caroline's beautiful eyes looked at Sue E without blinking, as her eyes were filled with concern. Lord City Lord, to build this kind of city wall, how much would it cost to build an average of 100 meters? Sue E pointed at Seoul City's city wall that was already far away, not answering this question. For Seoul City, Count Samo was silent for a bit before replying. Not counting the manpower, it would cost around 30 to 50,000 gold coins per 100 meters. That much. Sue E was surprised. Princess Caroline looked at Sue E with a confused look. This is still considered a lot. Of course. Sue E immediately said. 100 meters costs 30 to 50,000 gold coins. So the city walls of Seoul City are at least 10 kilometers long. So wouldn't that be 3 to 5 million gold coins? Could it be that this isn't a lot? No. The total cost of Seoul City's city walls is around 6 million gold coins because you haven't counted the city gates and the watchtowers on the city walls. Count Samo added. Sue E, if you think this cost is too high, then will the reinforced concrete city walls cost a lot less per 100 meters? Seeing Princess Caroline's look of disbelief and expectation, Sue E revealed a faint smile. Of course. The reinforced concrete structure is mainly made of steel, so the cost of concrete is much lower. According to the current estimates, if we build a 3-meter thick, 5-meter tall, and 100-meter long reinforced concrete city wall, the total cost wouldn't exceed 10,000 gold coins. That's cheap. Count Samo and Princess Caroline both had looks of disbelief. But a moment later, the two of them revealed looks of pleasant surprise. This was because the two of them knew that Sue E definitely wouldn't joke about this kind of thing. Princess Caroline blinked her large eyes and asked, Chairman Sue, the reinforced concrete you mentioned, do we have to buy for new flyer? Sue E laughed. Otherwise, why do you think I'm trying so hard to sell the reinforced concrete city walls? Princess Caroline looked at Sue E and said with a soft snort, But you can't have us run all the way to Bandus City to buy it, right? You're right. So, after our company came to Seoul City, the first thing we built was a cement factory and then a steel mill. Chapter 460. In order to welcome the arrival of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's motorcade, that night, Count Sean held a large welcoming ceremony in Seoul City's City Lord Manor. Not only did he invite everyone from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's motorcade, he also invited all the famous people in Seoul City, including all the nobles and merchants, as well as some officers of the Seoul City Guards. Sue E originally didn't want Samo Count to hold such a welcoming ceremony. He felt that it was too troublesome, but he knew that this was necessary for Samo Count to quickly integrate the new flyer into Seoul City, so he naturally couldn't refuse. Even if Sue E didn't like attending banquets and dealing with this kind of situation, in order to not let down Count Sean's hard work, and adding in the fact that he was the main character of this banquet, Sue E could only focus and talk to each guest. He even had to remember each guest's name, identity, background, and other information. If the new flyer wanted to develop in Seoul City, even with Samo Count support, they had to work closely with other people in the city. After dealing with a group of guests with great difficulty, Sue E had made initial contact with all the guests at the banquet and finally had a chance to catch his breath. Just as he raised his wine cup and took a sip, Princess Caroline suddenly appeared. Chairman Sue, are you tired? Seeing Princess Caroline's energetic appearance, Sue E was a bit puzzled. Aren't you tired? Your Highness, I think you're more popular than me. What? Are you jealous? Princess Caroline raised her wine cup with a smile and lightly clinked it with Sue Yi's. After taking a sip, she suddenly sighed and turned around to look at the situation in the banquet hall. She faintly said, Although I'm very popular, most of the people who came looking for me are men. They are only interested in my body and not your strength like Chairman Sue. The body is also a part of strength. I hope that they can be interested in my body. At least this will make me more confident in my handsomeness. Sue E smiled. Princess Caroline gave a laugh. She looked at Sue E with a flirtatious gaze and said with a faint smile, Chairman Sue, actually you're already very handsome. Moreover, I'm very interested in your body. While saying this, Princess Caroline came closer to Sue E. She stood on her tiptoes, and her face was almost touching Su Yi's face. She let out a soft breath, and the fragrance mixed with the smell of alcohol hit Su Yi's face as she said in a charming voice. I said it before leaving Banta City last time. Chairman Su, I will prepare a bed in Seoul City ahead of time and wait for your arrival. Now that my bed is already prepared, are you interested in spending the night with me? Your Highness, you're drunk. Su Yi took half a step back and turned his face, avoiding looking at Princess Caroline. Princess Caroline with a drunk face was very charming, and her lethality was just too great. He didn't dare guarantee that if he kept being seduced like this, he wouldn't be able to keep going. Princess Caroline giggled and didn't come closer. Instead, she quickly changed the topic and said, Chairman Su, I'm still thinking about the reinforced concrete walls you mentioned during the day. I want to ask, if our duchy can produce our own steel bars and cement, wouldn't we be able to save a lot of money? Su, he shook his head. I don't recommend you do this, at least not right now. The reason why the reinforced concrete is strong, other than the structure itself, the most important thing is the quality of the steel bars and concrete used. It's fine if it's concrete, but the quality of the steel bars isn't something your Drake Duchy's current technology can satisfy. If you want to solve the material problem yourself, the consequences will be very serious. Princess Caroline had a bitter smile on her face. Although I want to say that you're lying to me as a merchant, I'm very clear that Chairman Su isn't this kind of person. I think it's impossible for your new flyer to transfer the steel and concrete technology, so will your new flyer be willing to invest in a factory in our Drake Duchy? If we produce in our duchy, at least we can save a lot of money on basic materials, right? I think that you should be clear that this decision isn't for me. Rather, it's for the Sac Kingdom. Su Yi said. Princess Caroline slightly knit her brows. She sipped her wine while seriously thinking about it. It had to be said, Princess Caroline, who normally seduced Su Yi, was indeed very attractive. But to Su Yi, he liked seeing Princess Caroline seriously think more. To him, the thing that attracted him the most was a woman who had her own thoughts and ideas. Steel could move his heart and make him choose to marry Steel, because Steel was very outstanding in this aspect. After thinking for a bit, Princess Caroline put down her wine cup and revealed a faint smile again. All right, it seems like our cooperation can only be done step by step. We can't rush it. Chairman Su, I have a small request for you. Can you satisfy me? Princess Caroline asked. As long as it's not inviting me to spend the night with you, we can discuss it. Su Yi said. Princess Caroline was surprised, but she couldn't help laughing as she broke out in laughter. Chairman Su, could it be that I'm a female pervert in your eyes? Relax, I won't eat you. Princess Caroline rolled her eyes at Su Yi with hidden bitterness before seriously saying with a serious expression, My request is that when your new flyer builds a production base in Seoul City, I hope that I can visit it. Su Yi thought about it before saying with a nod, All right, but there are some secret things that you have to avoid. Of course. After obtaining Su Yi's agreement, Princess Caroline was very happy. She extended her hand to Su Yi and said, Chairman Su, I hope that we can have a happy cooperation. Su Yi also extended his hand and gently shook hers. Just as he felt the softness in his hand, Princess Caroline suddenly exerted force, making Su Yi involuntarily lean towards her. Then Princess Caroline stood on her tiptoes and kissed Su Yi's face. Chairman Su, I won't close the door tonight. I'll be waiting for you. Seeing Princess Caroline leave with a burst of laughter and fragrance, Su Yi rubbed his face with a bitter smile. He looked around and found that there were quite a few people looking at him with surprised gazes. Su Yi felt that it was a bit strange. With Princess Caroline's public image as a social butterfly, there was no way she would display such a blatant preference for him in such a public place. She couldn't have really fallen in love with him, right? Su Yi shook his head and threw this thought away. Turning his head, he found Samo Count waving at him not far away. So he quickly walked over. Come, Su Yi, let me introduce you. This is our Seoul City Guard, General Merrill. You might need to cooperate in the future, so let's get to know each other first. Samo Count pointed at a tall and sturdy middle-aged man with a rough face as he spoke to Su. He quickly extended his hand to Merrill. Hello, General Merrill. In the future, our company will need you and the brothers of the city guard to take care of us in Soul City. Merrill gave a hearty laugh and said, Chairman Sue, you're too courteous. The city lord has mentioned you a long time ago. He said that when your new flyer comes, our city guard must cooperate with your new flyer so that your company can produce in peace in Soul City. Don't worry, I can guarantee that you won't be disturbed in Soul City. Then I'll have to thank General Merrill for your care. Sue, if you want someone to take care of you, you have to give them some benefits. Samo Count suddenly said with a smile. If there aren't any benefits, how can you make Merrill do his best? He was startled, but he saw that Merrill was also smiling. He immediately understood and laughed. Of course, the city lord's words are right. Then may I ask, General Merrill, what benefits do you and the brothers of the city guard want? Merrill laughed and patted Su Yi's shoulder. Good, I like a straightforward person like Chairman Sue. Our brothers won't ask for any excessive benefits. Didn't your Chamber of Commerce provide a set of armor and weapons to each soldier of the Northern Army? Just give us a set of armor and weapons as well. Su Yi blinked and asked Merrill, May I ask, General Merrill, how many brothers do you have in the city guard? Not many, just over 8,000. Merrill replied without a care. 8,000? Su Yi took in a cold breath and couldn't help shaking his head. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce sold a set of armor to the Northern Army for 50 gold coins. If it was 8,000 sets, that would be 400,000 gold coins. Although it wasn't that Su Yi couldn't afford it, it would be around 200,000 gold coins at the cost. Su Yi couldn't help feeling a bit of heartache. Hey Su Yi, what are you thinking? It's not like I'm asking you to give it to me for free. Look at how scared you are. Count Samo scolded with a smile. I just want you to sell 8,000 sets of armor and weapons to our Soul City Guard at cost price. Su Yi let out a sigh of relief and waved his hand. Since it's your request, then it's easy. 8,000 sets isn't enough to show my sincerity. 10,000 sets. General Merrill, are you satisfied? 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 Of course I'm satisfied. Merrill laughed and nodded. He patted Su Yi's shoulder again. Chairman Su, if your new flyer needs our city guard in the future, feel free to look for me. I promise I'll do my best to help you. Watching Merrill leave, Su Yi rubbed his shoulder that was a bit sore from Merrill's slap. He knit his brows as he asked Count Sean, Lord Count, privately changing the equipment of your city guards. Is there a problem? Count Samo smiled and shook his head. Although it will be a bit of a problem, it won't be a big problem. Moreover, I'm not just changing the equipment of the city guard. I also want to build a munitions factory in Soul City. Su Yi, can your new flyer do it? Build a munitions factory? Su Yi looked at Count Samo in shock. Sir Count Samo, are you trying to rebel? Chapter 461. Aya. Steele suddenly called out and slightly knit her brows. Liz, who was helping Steele prepare for bed, asked in a concerned voice, What is it, madam? Are you feeling unwell? Steele shook her head with a faint smile. I'm fine. It's just that this little fellow kicked me again. Liz pursed her lips into a smile. It seems like the young master is more mischievous than the master. He likes to cause trouble in the stomach. Steele shook her head. It doesn't have to be a boy. Actually, I prefer a daughter. But a daughter can inherit the family business. Not only does the master have a title, he also has the new flyer business. Could it be that Madam doesn't want a son to inherit it? Liz said. Steele looked at Liz with a frown. She wanted to refute her words, but she knew that Liz was right. Although there were quite a few women inheriting the family business in the signs, and there was even a queen, in terms of tradition, it was more popular for a boy to inherit the family business. Otherwise, His Highness Eric wouldn't have more support than Her Highness 70 among the nobles of the Lampari Kingdom who cared about tradition. It's all right. Su Yi always said that he likes girls. Even if it's a girl, he will definitely be very happy. Steele rubbed her stomach as she comforted herself. Perhaps it was because of her mother's touch. The child in her stomach began to cause trouble again, causing Steele to deeply knit her brows. This little fellow, There are still 2 months. He can't wait to come out? Steele couldn't help smiling. After thinking about it, she stood up. Forget it, Liz. Let's go take a walk and let him calm down. All right. Let the young master take a walk. Liz smiled as she supported Steele and walked out the door. After Sue left, the Starfall Manor was much quieter than usual without its owner. After Linda was sent away by Steele, the manor became even quieter. Now that it was late at night, there were only 4 people in the manor, including Vivian and Teresa. Naturally, it was very quiet. However, Steele liked this kind of quiet environment, and she didn't like the presence of outsiders, so she had always disagreed with Sue Yi's idea of hiring other servants. Glancing at Liz, Steele thought that although Liz was a female slave brought back by Sue Yi from the Principality of Constantine, Sue Yi had never treated her and Linda as slaves. Instead, he treated them as family like Vivian. Now that everyone had been together for a long time, Steele was also used to their existence and also treated them as family. Thinking of Linda, Steele suddenly asked Liz, "Liz, this time I sent Linda, but left you behind. Do you hate me in your heart?" Liz originally had a smile on her face, but after hearing Steele's question, she was shocked. She shook her head and said, "Madam, why would I hate you? Please don't misunderstand. I definitely don't. Really?" Seeing Liz's anxious look, Steele smiled and patted her hand that was supporting her. She comforted her. "Don't be nervous. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to ask you, are you dissatisfied that you didn't go with Linda to serve Sue Yi? Tell me the truth." Seeing Steele's serious expression, Liz hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Yes, I envy Linda. She can always serve Master and stay by his side." "Ah, no, madam. I don't have a problem with serving you. I also like to stay by your side. It's okay, you two like to serve Sue Yi. That's what you should do. After all, he's your master." Steele smiled. Actually, I'm envious of Linda. The main reason is, Master has been alone outside these days. He's lonely at night, so Linda can accompany him." Liz's pretty face blushed slightly as she lowered her head and whispered. Steele smiled. "You don't have to be so envious. I don't know if Sue Yi, that blockhead, can understand Linda's feelings and accept her." Hearing this, Liz couldn't help but raise her head and smile bitterly to Steele. "Madam, to tell you the truth, please don't be angry. Tell me, what's there to be angry about?" Liz paused and said, "Actually, there are many times that I find it very strange. Master is really slow in this aspect. How did you get together with him? Of course, you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, but I feel that Master doesn't seem to care about these things." "You're right." Steele nodded. "Sue Yi, that blockhead, is really slow in this aspect. The reason I was able to be with him was probably because the two of us had interacted a lot in the past, so I got to know him before anyone else. If it's a fair competition now, Evita might have a higher chance." "Director Evita?" Liz frowned as she thought about it. "Madam, since you're worried about Director Evita, why don't you let Master interact with her less? For this kind of thing, the more you try to restrict it, the more likely it will have the opposite effect. And Sue Yi and Evita always discuss normal work together. How can I restrict them?" Steele shook her head. "Sue Yi definitely doesn't like my stingy methods. I think the reason he liked me back then was because of my personality. So I have to remind myself to not become something he hates." Liz sighed. "Madam, it seems like you really love Master. You actually care about what he thinks. You say it like you don't care." Steele pinched Liz's face and felt the smoothness of her fingers. Thinking that Liz and Linda were actually 2 or 3 years younger than her, she couldn't help but sigh. "Although I think I'm not bad looking, people will grow old in the end." Sue Yi said before that he cares about a person's personality the most and not their appearance. So I hope to be able to move him with this. As for appearance, I'll leave it to you and Linda to satisfy him." Liz's face blushed again, and she couldn't help but frown, but Master doesn't care about our appearance and our bodies. Steele smiled. "Don't worry, no matter how blockhead he is, he's still a normal man, isn't he? The child in my belly is the most obvious proof, isn't it? Linda has been with him the entire time, and I think he won't be able to hold it in. When he comes back with Linda, I'll find a chance for him to be alone with you. As for whether you can grab that chance or not, it'll be up to you." Liz's face was filled with joy. "Really? Thank you so much, madam." Seeing the joy on Liz's face, Steele lightly shook her head. Although Steele appeared to be very generous on the surface, as a woman, how could she not care about her husband being with another woman? However, Steele knew that with Su Yi's current status, he would face endless temptations. No matter how strong his self-control was, no matter how strong his will was, there would be a day when he couldn't hold on. Rather than that, it was better to let go of these thoughts. At the very least, if Liz and Linda were together with Su Yi, Steele wouldn't find it hard to accept. The two chatted about what was going on between Su Yi and Linda as they strolled around the manor. After walking for about 10 minutes, they had already walked more than half of the Starfall Manor and came to the vicinity of Su Yi's study. Seeing the door of the study, Steele remembered that no matter how busy Su Yi was, he would return to the Starfall Manor at night and work in this study for a period of time. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. After thinking for a bit, she signaled Liz to open the door of the study and walked in. The magic lamp illuminated the study. Steele looked around and sat down behind the desk in the middle of the study. Thinking of how Su Yi would sit on this chair and work at night, Steele couldn't help but have a strong longing for Su Yi. She couldn't help but lie on the desk, trying to feel the warmth of Su Yi at home from the desk. But just as she climbed onto the desk, Steele frowned and a trace of surprise flashed across her face. "Madam, what's wrong?" Liz hurriedly asked when she saw the strange look on Steele's face. Steele waved her hand and moved her arm away. She actually put her face on the desk and even moved back and forth for a distance. Seeing Steele's actions, Liz was puzzled, but she knew very well that her madam would never do such a senseless thing, so there must be a reason. Steele put her face on the desk and seemed to be deep in thought, thinking about something. After a while, Steele raised her head and carefully observed the desk. She flipped through the documents and books on the desk and bent down with difficulty to observe the environment under the desk. At the same time, she opened the drawer of the desk and carefully checked it. Liz was a bit puzzled. Steele's series of actions made it seem as if a thief had entered the study. But even though the Starfall Manor didn't seem to have any guards and the security was lax, the owner of the manor, Su Yi, and the mistress of the manor, Steele, were both extremely skilled mages. In addition, Steele's grandfather was a powerful archmage. Therefore, there were many complicated magic arrays and traps set up around the Starfall Manor. It was impossible for a thief to easily break in. After checking the environment around the desk, Steele went to the bookcase on the other side of the study. Her gaze swept across and fell on a compartment in the middle of the bookcase. Steele didn't open this compartment. Instead, she pressed a finger on it and moved the magic in her body towards the bookcase. A moment later, a light blue light lit up on the compartment. At first, this light blue light was very stable, like a small lamp on the compartment. But after Steele continued to inject magic for a while, this light blue light gradually became unstable. Finally, it flickered continuously for a while and suddenly disappeared. Steele opened the compartment and looked at the small magic array connected to the compartment of the compartment. Her pretty face became gloomy. All the discoveries proved one thing. Someone had secretly broken into the study. But this person, who could it be? Chapter 462. The north of the kingdom in December was naturally much colder than Banta City in the south. Especially when there was a cool breeze blowing by the riverside, it made people feel a chill that penetrated their hearts. Even if He was already prepared and had put on thick warm clothes, he still couldn't resist the cold outside. He had to use a bit of magic to create a small fire-attributed magic array under his and Samo Count's feet, keeping the temperature around them at an acceptable level. Feeling the temperature around them quickly rise, Samo Count looked at the red glowing magic array under Su Yi's feet in surprise. Even if Samo Count wasn't a magician, he could see that one had to have a very high level of magic to maintain this kind of magic array. Su Yi, After not seeing you for a year, your magic power seems to have increased by quite a bit. You should have participated in the Sorcerer's Guild's certification exam in Anvil City before coming here, right? How is it? What grade magician are you now? Sue E revealed a faint smile. I just passed the 8th grade magician exam. I can't be considered that strong. The 8th grade magician isn't strong enough? Samo Count couldn't help shaking his head. Then what kind of magician do you think is considered strong? For me personally, I feel that no matter how strong a magician is, they can't be considered strong because they're only a single person. Sue E said, compared to a single person's strength, I always think that using industrial production to increase the overall strength is stronger. Samo Count couldn't help laughing. You really are a merchant and not a magician. You have this idea because you haven't seen how strong a truly strong magician is. If you had seen the power of an archmagus or a grand magus, I think that your ideas would definitely change. Oh, Lord City Lord, you've seen the power of an archmagus and a grand magus? Sui asked in a curious voice. Samo Count looked to the east with a bit of a sigh. Back then, I had personally witnessed a battle between the Kamla Empire and the Malar Empire. There were 4 magisters participating in the battle. In that battle, as long as an archmage made a move, it would trigger a forbidden spell powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth. It could even change the color of the sky and cause the ground to shake. Even if they were facing thousands of soldiers, these powerful archmages could do it with a wave of their hands. Now that I think about the situation back then, I still feel fear in my heart. Are magi that strong? Sui thought about the situation described by Samo Count. If a magus could kill thousands of soldiers with a wave of his hand, then it was no wonder that he was worshipped by all the countries and people of the Thane continent. Then what about the Grand Magus? Isn't that ridiculously powerful? I don't have the luck to see a Grand Magus in action. Moreover, it has been many years since a Grand Magus has appeared in the signs. The Samoyed Count shook his head. But from the legends, the strength of a Grand Magus is several times stronger than a Grand Magus. It is said that a Grand Magus can even raise a city to the ground with a single move. So he looked back at Soul City in the distance. He thought that Soul City could be considered one of the largest cities in the north of the Lampari Kingdom. But compared to the real cities on Earth, it was countless times smaller. It was only less than 10 square kilometers. And the most terrifying weapon on Earth was the nuclear bomb. It could even destroy a large city on Earth with a single shot. In comparison, although a Grand Magus was powerful in terms of destructive power, it was still far from a nuclear bomb. Seeing Su Yi's somewhat disapproving expression, the Samoyed Count was somewhat puzzled. Normally speaking, Su Yi was a magician with decent talent and was already an 8th grade magician. He could be considered a high-level magician in the magician circle, but why did he seem like he didn't care about magic and even look down on it? But this wasn't a problem that the Samoyed Count cared about. Seeing that Su Yi wasn't that interested in this topic, he changed the topic to discuss business with Su Yi. Do you see the land by the river? The Samoyed Count pointed at the wide land by the river in front of them and stretched out his arm to draw a large circle. This entire place was specially set aside for your new flyer to build a production base. What do you think? So he looked over it and gave a satisfied nod. Very good. Lord City Lord, you have experience in Banda City, so the place you chose for us is very suitable, so I don't have any objections. But there's still a small problem. Oh, what problem? Look, Soul City is this cold, so the Sarah River will be completely frozen in winter. Even if the production base is placed by the river, we won't be able to use this river, so it really is a bit of a waste. There's no other way. This is the north after all. It's different from the south like Banda City, so there's no way to compare in terms of natural conditions. The Samoyed Count helplessly said, but your new flyer's production won't be affected by the weather, so there shouldn't be any problems. There's no effect in general, but there are some small details that need to be taken care of. I have to discuss this with the staff here. When Su Yi was about to wave his hand to call over the appraisers of the company in charge of this area, Camby came running over from the distance. Chairman, I found something strange. Take a look. Camby nodded to the Samoyed Count before giving Sue a transparent crystal that was releasing a bit of heat in this cold weather, with a blood-red color in the middle. After Sue took it, he found that the crystal was a bit soft to the touch. It was like a piece of jelly and wasn't a real crystal. Moreover, the surface was warm and it felt very comfortable in his hand. This is our specialty, the soft mud magic crystal. This one is red, so it should be a fire magic crystal. The Samoyed Count on the side looked at it and explained. This thing is actually a magic crystal. He looked at the red soft mud magic crystal in his hand in surprise. Using his magic, he focused on examining it and found that there were magic fluctuations coming from this crystal. Moreover, it had a strong reaction to fire magic elements. However, this soft mud magic crystal had a very low amount of magic power. Not only could it not compare to the standard magic crystal that Avita had recently researched, it couldn't even compare to those common magic crystals that could be seen everywhere on the market. Yes, it's because the magic power in this thing is too weak that no one is willing to mine it. Otherwise, this thing could be seen everywhere outside Soul City. Soul City would have already become rich just by selling this. Why would they need to specially invite your new flyer over? The Samoyed Count said. He played with the soft mud magic crystal in his hand. After thinking for a bit, he indicated to Camby and the Samoyed Count to keep a distance from him. Then, he poured a large amount of magic power into it. Boom! A ball of intense flames soared into the sky, instantly rising several meters high and enveloping Su Yi's entire body. Camby and the Samoyed Count were startled. Just as they were about to shout for help, they saw the flames suddenly vanish and Su Yi appeared in his original position, completely unharmed. Phew! Camby let out a long sigh. Chairman, you nearly scared me to death. The Samoyed Count frowned and said, conducting magic experiments is too dangerous. You should be more careful. Su Yi laughed heartily. There's nothing to worry about. I'm a magus after all. How could I do something as foolish as playing with fire? But this soft mud magic crystal is really interesting. The Samoyed Count and Camby simultaneously looked at Su Yi's palm. They discovered that the soft mud magic crystal had already disappeared, leaving behind a dark brown powder in Su Yi's palm. It seemed to be the impurities left behind by the soft mud magic crystal. Sir City Lord, apart from this soft mud magic crystal that is especially sensitive to fire elemental magic, are there any other types? Su Yi asked. I heard from my subordinate that there are, but I'm not too clear on the specifics. The Samoyed Count shook his head. All right then, Camby, go and instruct them to collect some of these ooze magic crystals during their exploration. Try their best to bring back some of them of all shapes and colors. I want to bring them back for some related experiments. Seeing Camby leave, the Samoyed Count asked in a curious voice, What? You think this thing will be useful? I can't make a conclusion right now, but based on the experiment just now, I feel that this thing might be useful. Su Yi said with a nod. Oh, it would be great if it really is useful. The Samoyed Count said in a happy voice. This thing is all over the place, so if it has value, it would be equal to opening a rich source of income for Soul City. It would be very beneficial to the development of the city. Su Yi laughed. Sir City Lord, are you addicted to developing the city? You aren't satisfied in Bana City, so you came to Soul City to satisfy your cravings? The Samoyed Count didn't seem like he was joking as he said with a sigh, if you have the ability to change the lives of your citizens and let them live better lives, which city lord wouldn't be willing to do this? Su Yi fell silent because he thought of Basaru City's city lord Longley Count. Although they had different political stances because he had the same idea as the Samoyed Count, the Longley Count had risked the name of a traitor to invite the new flyer to invest in Basaru City, as well as fully cooperating. What he wanted was to change the poverty situation in Basaru City so that his people could live a better life. I met this little Longley who took the title last year. I can see that he is a person with ideas. He is different from his father. Hearing Su Yi mention this matter, the Samoyed Count nodded to show his praise for the Longley Count. If he can really do this, it would be a good thing for Basaru City. But this matter, It isn't something he can do just because he wants to. It depends on how he deals with his relationship with His Highness Eric. Su-yi said with a bitter smile. I'm worried about this. The Samoyed Count looked at Su-yi. It's the same for you. If you want to cooperate with Basura City, it's best if you talk to Her Highness. Su-yi nodded, naturally. Chapter 463. After the preliminary inspection of the land, an entire morning had passed. Camby and the others stayed to inspect the area, while Su-yi and Count Samo returned to Seoul City first. Samo Count was prepared to have Su-yi return to the City Lord Manor to have lunch with him and discuss the construction of the production base. Who would have thought that as soon as he entered the city, he would meet the representative of the Seoul City Business Union, who invited Su-yi to a banquet. Go, it's good to talk to your peers in the city. Seeing Count Samo leave after saying this, Su-yi gave a shrug. He had the representative lead the way, and they arrived at the largest restaurant in Seoul City. This afternoon, the entire restaurant had been booked by the Seoul City Business Union. Almost all the merchants with a bit of status in the city were here, but the only guest they invited was Su-yi. Seeing this, Su-yi naturally knew what was going on. He politely greeted everyone and acted very humble. When the banquet was half over, the chairman of the Seoul City Business Union, who was sitting at the same table as Su-yi, as well as the chairman of the largest Myerta trading company in Seoul City, Lada Sampson raised his cup to Su-yi and drank it all before revealing a friendly smile. Chairman Su, your new flyer is building a production base in our Seoul City. I and my peers in the city welcome you. I've already heard that the large and small companies of Banda City have cooperated with a new flyer in recent years, and everyone has developed. I wonder, after you come to our Seoul City this time, will you help the other companies in our Seoul City like the other companies in Banda City? We're finally at the main topic. Su-yi revealed a faint smile. He looked around and saw that the representatives of the large companies in Seoul City had looks of concern. Chairman Sampson, your words are too serious. Our Frestec Chamber of Commerce is a newcomer. There are many things we need to ask you old companies of Seoul City for. So, we don't have the qualifications to mention this, right? No. In terms of magic machines, your new flyer's qualified. Even in the entire Lampari Kingdom and the entire continent, there isn't a company that can compare to your new flyer. Chairman Sampson immediately waved his hand. That's right, Chairman Su. Your new flyer is the leader of the magic machine industry. As for us small chambers of commerce, we just hope to cooperate with you and get a small share of the leftovers. Another chamber of commerce's president chimed in. Right. President Sampson is right. Since you're all in Seoul City, shouldn't we help each other since we're all classmates? Yes. If everyone has a good cooperation and benefits, it would be good for everyone. Don't you think, Chairman Su? Su-yi smiled when he saw the representatives of the large companies chiming in. Some of these people tried to move him with emotion. Some tried to reason with him. Although some of them were not so direct, the meaning behind their words was very obvious. They were threatening him. No matter what they said, they all had the same meaning. They wanted to get a share of the profits from New Flyer's magic machines. Su-yi was already mentally prepared for this. Even if they didn't say anything, he already had plans to get the other companies of Seoul City to participate. He had always thought that the establishment of the magic machine industry couldn't be done by the New Flyer alone, so he had always supported the other companies' wishes to join the industry. I understand everyone's thoughts, so before coming to Seoul City this time, when I wrote a letter to the Lord City Lord, I said that I hoped that our Frestec Chamber of Commerce's arrival could drive the development of the magic machine industry in Seoul City, not just our Frestec Chamber of Commerce earning money. This is not what I want. Su-yi said with a faint smile. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Chairman Sampson immediately asked, that means? Chairman Su, you plan to transfer some technology to our companies so that we can enter the magic machine industry? Of course. Why not? Su-yi nodded and handed over a small booklet to Chairman Sampson. This is the magic machine-related technology that our Frestec Chamber of Commerce is willing to transfer. Chairman Sampson and our friends in Seoul City can take a look. If you're interested in one or more of the technologies, you could discuss with our company at any time. Chairman Sampson impatiently took the booklet and began reading it. The other chairmen of the other companies couldn't wait any longer. They came to Chairman Sampson's side and lowered their heads to look at the booklet in his hand. Hearing the heavy breathing of Chairman Sampson and the chairman of the other companies, the smile on Su Yi's face became even wider. Because Seoul City was close to 1,000 kilometers away from Bana City, for the Science Continent, that wasn't convenient for transportation and information transmission, this distance could be considered as far as the horizon. So even if the magic machine industry in Bana City and the surrounding cities had developed quite well, Seoul City still didn't have a single trace of the magic machine industry. Even the magic machines in the city only gradually increased after Count Samo became the city lord. But even like this, it was far from being able to compare to Bana City. It couldn't even compare to the other cities in the kingdom that had some magic machine industry foundations. But no matter what, the trade associations in Seoul City were more well-informed than ordinary people, after all. They were aware of the popularity of the magic machine industry in other parts of the kingdom and knew that it was the most promising industry in the kingdom. Of course, they hoped to participate in it. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Yi was personally invited by Count Samo and had the full support of Samo Count, making these local companies not dare move, they wouldn't have just invited Su Yi to the banquet and tactfully proposed their ideas. It was unknown how many methods they would have used against Su Yi. Thinking of this, Su Yi suddenly felt that he was very lucky. When he founded New Flyer in Bana City 3 years ago, he met the enlightened city Lord Samo Count Samo, allowing New Flyer to develop smoothly. Although there was a year of hard times after Count Stark became the city lord, New Flyer had a solid foundation during that time. Adding in the support of Her Highness 70, not only did they persist, they even changed Count Stark's ideas a bit. Now that he was in Seoul City and had the support of Samo Count Stark, he didn't need to consider these trivial matters and focused on how to develop. Su Yi was thinking about these problems while Chairman Sampson and the other company representatives were looking over the various items in the book. Chairman Sampson gave the book to the others to look over. After thinking about it, he asked Su Yi, "Chairman Su, is your New Flyer willing to transfer all the technology listed here?" "Yes. Other than some specially marked projects that can only be developed together, we can transfer all the other technologies without any reservations," Su Yi said with a nod. "Chairman Sampson, do you have any questions?" "Chairman Su, can we talk for a bit?" Su Yi understood and stood up with Chairman Sampson, coming to a secluded balcony outside the restaurant. Closing the door behind them, they blocked out all the sounds in the room. Although this restaurant wasn't high, standing on the balcony of the 3rd floor, being blown by the cold wind outside, it was still a bit cold. Seeing Su Yi shrink his neck back, Chairman Sampson said with an apologetic smile, "I'm sorry, Chairman Su. I don't want others to hear this question, and I've troubled you. This is a small matter. Don't mind it." Su Yi waved his hand. "I wonder, what is Chairman Sampson's question?" Chairman Sampson thought for a bit before saying, "Chairman Su, I seriously looked over the technology listed in the small book and found that it was all related to household magic machines, but there wasn't any other magic machine-related technology." "Oh." Su Yi looked at him with a bit of surprise. He thought that Chairman Sampson had investigated New Flyer. He actually knew that the technology was all related to household magic machines. "Chairman Sampson, you're also interested in other technologies?" Chairman Sampson said with a smile, "Actually, I'm more interested in the other magic machine-related technologies of your company. For example, the steel-making technology." Su Yi narrowed his eyes and looked over this thin and small Chairman Sampson, who looked like a normal skinny old man. He thought that his eyes were quite sharp, actually looking at the steel industry that represented the foundation of the industry. Seeing that Su Yi didn't say anything, Chairman Sampson continued, "Chairman Su, I've heard that when your New Flyer transfers the household magic machine technology, it costs several 100,000 gold coins, and the most expensive one doesn't surpass 500,000 gold coins." That's right. Su Yi was even more certain that Chairman Sampson had investigated New Flyer, otherwise he wouldn't know this clearly. Thinking of this, He became a bit vigilant towards Chairman Sampson. His investigation was this clear, and he even pointed out the steel-making technology. What was his goal? Chairman Sampson suddenly came closer to Sue E and lowered his voice, using a voice that Sue E could only hear. Chairman Sue, if you're willing to transfer the steel-making technology to our company, I'll pay you at least 1,000,000 gold coins. What do you think? Chapter 464. 1,000,000 gold coins? Samo Count gave a heavy snort. This Sampson. Last time, I went to him to discuss the renovation of Seoul City. I wanted him to take the lead in investing a portion of the money into the project, but he refused in every way possible, saying that the Myerta Trading Company didn't have the money. Now, for a piece of technology, he is willing to take out 1,000,000 gold coins. Sue, he said with a smile, Sir City Lord, the renovation project isn't their own business, so of course he isn't willing to take out the money. As for the steel-making technology, in fact, I think the price of 1,000,000 gold coins is too low. You think 1,000,000 gold coins is too low? Samo Count looked at Sue E in surprise. Is the steel-making technology that valuable? Of course. Sue E nodded with certainty. Sir City Lord, you should know that our company has 2 steel mills in the Falling Rain Valley, right? Before I left, wasn't your second steel mill just under construction? Why? Is it already in production? Samo Count asked back. Yes. Sue E revealed a proud smile. Sir City Lord, why don't you guess how much profit these 2 steel mills brought to our company last year? Samo Count frowned and said in a deep voice, looking at your proud look, it should be quite a bit. If it's a year, the previous steel mill only brought in 100,000 gold coins a month. Then even if this steel mill is a bit bigger than the previous one, it should be 200,000 a month. Then in a year. After doing some calculations in his mind, Samo Count was shocked, because he suddenly realized that according to this calculation, just the 2 steel mills of New Flyer would bring in over 300,000 gold coins a month, or even close to 400,000 gold coins. And if they could maintain this kind of profit for a year, then wouldn't New Flyer earn a terrifying profit of 4 to 5 million gold coins a year just from these 2 steel mills? Samo Count was completely shocked by this number. When he was Bana City's city lord 2 years ago, although the Frestech Chamber of Commerce had developed quickly, to him, their foundation and strength couldn't compare to the old companies of Bana City. But now that he thought about it, he found that perhaps because the Frestech Chamber of Commerce had only been established for a short time, their foundation couldn't compare, but in terms of the biggest factor of a company's strength profit, they had far surpassed all the other companies in Bana City. Just the 2 steel mills brought the Frestech Chamber of Commerce 4 to 5 million gold coins a year. Adding in the fact that the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's other magic machines were selling like hotcakes, earning a terrifying profit, didn't this mean that the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's annual profit was close to 10 million gold coins? Although the profits aren't bad, Lord City Lord, our company has many places to spend money. Sue E gave a laugh and said in a vague voice, look, just this investment in Seoul City. I've estimated that I'll need to invest 1,000,000 gold coins. Adding it all up, I think we'll need to spend close to 5 million gold coins. Samo Count looked at him and said with a cold snort, do you think I don't understand you? With your skills, no matter how much you invest, you'll definitely earn back several times over. Sue E laughed and didn't refute him. Samo Count waved his hand. All right, it's good that your New Flyer can earn as much money as possible. It's good for me. I hope that you can earn more and more. But Sue E, are you planning on transferring the steel-making technology to the Myerta Trading Company? Sue E shook his head. No, I just said that 1,000,000 gold coins is too little. Although Chairman Sampson has courage and foresight, he still hasn't seen how much profit the steel-making technology will bring in the future. Then what if he raises the price? Will you sell it? I still won't. Sue E revealed a smile before saying with a serious look, for our New Flyer, there are many technologies that can be transferred, but there are some that we definitely can't transfer. One of them is the steel-making technology. Samo Count was a bit surprised. Why? I feel that the steel-making technology is very simple. It's not as complicated and hard to study as the household magic machines. Why can you easily transfer the household magic machine technology, but you're not willing to transfer the steel-making technology? Because steel is the foundation of all industries, and steel-making is the most important core of the magic machine industry. If this part is transferred, our new flyer will lose its biggest advantage. He said. Moreover, I'm not assured transferring this technology to other companies. Materials are too important to the magic machine industry, especially steel. There are too many uses, and if there's a bit of carelessness, it will cause a serious blow to the magic machine industry. I definitely won't allow this to happen. Seeing the serious look on Su Yi's face, Count gave a slight nod. Since that's what you think, then let's do it according to what you think. The magic machine industry was created by you, so other than you, no one else is qualified. Many thanks for the Lord City Lord's approval. Su Yi said with a faint smile. But Lord City Lord, I'm not planning on transferring the steel-making technology, but I'm planning on building a steel mill here. I was prepared to invest in it before, but now that I've heard Chairman Sampson's desire to buy the steel-making technology, I have a better idea that should be very helpful to you. Samo Count was instantly interested. Oh, let's hear it? Su Yi laughed, looking like an old fox trying to entice a little hen. Lord City Lord, are you planning on investing in this steel mill? Hashtag. After ending the discussion with Samo Count, Su Yi decided to go back to his room and rest for a while. He had stayed up too late last night and woke up too early in the morning. As a result, he felt a little lethargic today. Previously, when he had to deal with so many official matters, he could still force himself to stay awake. Now that there was nothing else to deal with, he naturally felt sleepy. However, as soon as he walked into the small courtyard, he saw Linda washing the clothes that he had changed out of yesterday. Seeing Linda's slightly knit brows and the pained look on her face, as well as her awkward posture on the ground, Su Yi immediately walked over and grabbed her hand that was about to reach into the basin. He roared in a low voice, "Are you crazy? Why aren't you resting? What are you doing?" Putting his hand in the basin, Su Yi tightly knit his brows. "The water is so cold. Don't you want your body anymore?" Su Yi unceremoniously pulled Linda into the room. He took a towel and wiped off the water droplets on her hands and body. "You just cough. Your body is weak. How can you do this kind of work? You don't care about your body. It's just washing clothes. Just leave it to the servants in the city Lord's mansion." Looking at Su Yi carefully wiping her hands and the concerned expression on his face, Linda's eyes suddenly became misty. Her heart moved, and she couldn't help but tightly hug Su Yi. "Master, I finally know why the madam likes you so much. You really are the best man in the world. I can give myself to you. This is the best decision I've made in my life." Su Yi suddenly laughed. "Okay, don't just be moved. Rest well. You just, that. You have to take care of yourself. I'll go find the city lord in a bit and have him send a few servants over. You don't have to work for a few days. But I just like washing clothes for master," Linda said softly. "We'll talk about it in a few days." Su Yi snappily said, "All right, you lie down first. I'll go find the city lord." "No need. If you want to use servants, I can lend you two." Suddenly, a clear and beautiful voice with a hint of flirtatiousness sounded from behind him. Su Yi turned around and found that Princess Caroline was wearing a tight fur coat today. Although it tightly wrapped around her body, it still completely revealed her graceful curves. It made people unable to stop themselves from wanting to see through the snow white that came out of her collar. But compared to yesterday's smiling face, Princess Caroline had a bitter look on her face. She was slightly pouting as she stared at Su Yi, as if Su Yi had done something wrong to her. Su Yi looked at her with a bit of confusion before looking at the two personal maids that came from the Drake Duchy behind her. He shook his head. "I appreciate your good intentions, but I can't accept your good intentions. What I need right now are servants to do some household chores for me. I'm afraid it's not convenient for your maids." Princess Caroline looked at Su Yi and swept her eyes over him before giving a soft snort. "What? What's not convenient about it? Could it be that Chairman Su is worried that you won't be able to hold back and will do something to my maids? Of course, even if you really want to do something, I won't have any objections. As for my two maids, I'm sure they'll be quite willing to do so. Just like this female slave of yours. Sue, he was a bit stunned. Seeing Princess Caroline point at Linda with a slender finger, he immediately understood. Princess Caroline must know what had happened between him and Linda last night. Thinking of this, Suyi's face turned red. He gave a cough and waved his hand as he awkwardly said, "What nonsense are you saying? How could I do anything to your maids? I just feel that they're your servants, so it's not convenient to use them. I'll go talk to Sir City Lord about this." Princess Caroline slowly shook her head and said with a soft sigh, "Chairman Sue, do you really need to be so polite with me?" She looked at Sue again before waving her hand. The two maids behind her retreated to the door. "Let's not talk about this. Chairman Sue, I came to find you this time because I have something important to discuss." Seeing her serious expression, Sue thought for a bit before saying to Linda, "All right, you should go and rest." Linda bowed to Princess Caroline and retreated to the inner room. After Linda also left, Princess Caroline suddenly walked over to Sue. She stared at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, and her eyes were filled with resentment. Chapter 465. 70 put down the quill in her hand and pinched the bridge of her nose. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes again, she looked around. After confirming that there was no one else in the city lord's office, she spread her arms and stretched out. Because of the comfort from stretching her body, 70 felt a bit better, but she couldn't help sticking out her tongue and revealing an embarrassed smile. She had been strictly educated in the royal family since she was young, so she had to maintain a perfect image in front of others. Even stretching that normal people could do, she could only do it secretly when there was no one around. Even so, it still made her feel as if she had done something bad, and she felt a little apologetic. But there was no other way. She was just too tired. It was already the end of the year, and, as the city lord, there were many things that 70 had to do personally. With all kinds of things added together, she hadn't had a good night's sleep for close to a week, so she was feeling incomparably tired. But this was her first year as the city lord, and she had her royal father's expectations for her. So naturally, she couldn't relax at all. For her, the best consolation was that during these days of work, through the various reports, she had personally seen the shocking and delightful changes in Banta City. According to Banta City's annual financial report, up to this point, Banta City's total tax revenue was over 5,730,000 gold coins. Because this year wasn't over yet, if the tax revenue of the last month was included, Banta City's total tax revenue for this year would definitely be over 6 million gold coins. Moreover, if it wasn't for Count Stark's agricultural promotion policy in the first half of this year, causing Banta City's tax revenue to drop in the first half of the year. According to the trend of the second half of the year, Banta City's tax revenue for this year might even break 10 million gold coins. Thinking of this number, 70 felt like there was a large amount of golden light in front of her eyes, making her almost unable to believe this fact. It had to be known, the entire Lampari Kingdom's tax revenue last year was only 2 million gold coins. But now in just a single city like Banta City, there was a possibility that the taxes collected would exceed 10 million gold coins. Although according to the rules of the royal parliament, each city only paid a small portion of their taxes to the kingdom's treasury. If each city in the Lampari Kingdom could be like Banta City, earning over 10 million in taxes each year, the Lampari Kingdom's finances would become completely different. If the annual revenue of the Lampari Kingdom could exceed 10 million gold coins instead of the pitiful 1 or 2 million in the past, then the Lampari Kingdom's national strength would definitely increase greatly. After all, whether it was an individual or a country, having money was a very important thing. Of course, although Banta City had a high tax income, they also spent quite a bit of money. Since 70 took over as the city lord, the Banta City renovation project Count Stark had started again. In just half a year, the entire Banta City had become a giant construction site, with roads, buildings and all kinds of new facilities being built all over. The renovation of the city cost a lot of money. In just half a year, they had invested over 1.5 million gold coins. According to estimates, in the next 2 to 3 years, they would need to invest at least 4 million gold coins to complete the initial stages. Because Banta City's finances had been improved, there were many things that they didn't have the money to implement before or that they didn't even think about. But after Su Yi's suggestion, the various welfare policies for the citizens of Banta City were implemented. These welfare policies naturally cost a lot of money, but 70 insisted on implementing them. So even if Banta City's tax revenue was high, at the end of the year, after paying the taxes to the kingdom's treasury, Banta City would only be able to keep 1,200,000 gold coins. Seeing that it was almost the new year, even if 70 wasn't willing, she had to spend some money on social activities. When it came to next year, 70 might not even have 500,000 gold coins left. Thinking of this, 70 shook her head with a bitter smile. This really is the problem of not having money and the problem of having money after having money. Looking over the tax report, 70 thought about it before closing it. She turned to look out the window and found that it was already noon. Today was a rare good day in winter, and the sun was shining brightly, lighting up the outside. After hesitating a bit, 70 stood up to change into casual clothes in the lounge of the office and decided to go out for a walk. As soon as the office door was pushed open, several of the city lord's mansion's assistant officers were all stunned. Seeing 70 in her casual clothes, the officers looked at each other, but they just smiled and didn't say anything. Her Highness had been in the office for the past few days, so she was indeed tired. She should go out for a walk. 70 nodded at them with a faint smile. She took a scarf and wrapped it around her neck and the lower half of her face before walking out of the city lord's manor's back door. She could already hear the noise outside the city lord's manor, and when she came out onto the street, there were even more people moving around, making it very lively. The current resident population of Banta City was already over 300,000. Adding in the floating population that wasn't counted, there were over 400,000 people in and out of the city. This number was a very terrifying number for the Lampuri Kingdom, because even the most prosperous and most populous capital city, Anvilmar, only had a population of 200,000. Of course, having this many people meant that this place had corresponding prosperity. The current Banta City was filled with people, whether it was large streets or small alleys. As long as it was a street, it would be transformed into all kinds of stores. Looking at it, there were all kinds of dazzling products, dazzling people's eyes. Among these shops, there were many luxuries that most Banta City citizens couldn't touch that cost several dozen gold coins, or even over 100 gold coins for a single item. But although these luxuries were expensive, their sales in Banta City were very good. Because according to the City Lord's Manor statistics, the average annual income of Banta City's citizens was over 300 gold coins. With several people in a family added together, their annual income was over 1,000 gold coins. With this good income as a foundation, the luxuries that could only be bought by large nobles and merchants for a single item had become normal items that many families in Banta City could touch. 70 looked around the street and found that many young girls were wearing clothes and accessories that weren't worse than those in Anvilmar City. Although many girls were limited by their tastes, and their clothes and accessories weren't that good in 70's eyes, this meant that they had considerable economic power. As the city lord of Banta City, 70 was naturally very happy to see this. After strolling along the street, 70 stopped at a sign that said City Lord's Manor and patiently waited for the next public transport magic car. "Hey, Ronnie, you're also waiting for a bus." A fat middle-aged man walked past 70 and greeted a thin man around the same age standing to her right. The thin man revealed a smile. "That's right, I'm going to the Falling Rain Valley. What about you, Shaq?" The middle-aged man, called Shaq, laughed. "I'm not going that far. I'm just going to the hospital outside the city." "What? Are you sick?" The thin man Ronnie asked in a surprised voice. "How could that be? Look at me, how could I be sick? Then why did you go to the hospital?" Ronnie wondered. Ronnie was a bit confused. "You still don't know?" The Banta Times reported a while ago that the City Lord's Manor is implementing a healthcare system for Banta City citizens. As long as one is a registered citizen of Banta City, each person only needs to pay 5 gold coins a year to enjoy this healthcare system. Yesterday's Banta Times said that this system has been implemented and I need to go to the hospital outside the city to take care of the procedures, so I took some time to prepare to go. Medical security system? Ronnie frowned. Ronnie knit his brows. What is this thing for? We still have to pay. What? You're afraid of losing out? Let me tell you, this thing is very good. As long as you pay 5 gold coins this year, you can enjoy a discount for the entire year next year. For example, if you have an illness and you spend 10 gold coins at the hospital with this healthcare system, it can give you a 70% discount. So you only need to spend 3 gold coins. How about it? Isn't it worth it? Really? Ronnie was pleasantly surprised. Ronnie was surprised. There's actually such a good thing? What if I don't get sick for a year? If you don't get sick, of course it's a waste. You still want to return it. A waste? The joy on Ronnie's face faded, and he said with a bit of heartache, that if you don't get sick for a year next year, wouldn't you have lost 5 gold coins for nothing? I say, you're still worried about this? Shaq curled his lips. Isn't it just 5 gold coins? Could it be that you're lacking in money right now? You can enjoy such a high discount if you pay it, but if you really need it if you don't pay it, that would be a big loss. That's true. Ronnie nodded. Ronnie nodded. Let me consider it. Right? There's a time limit for applying for this thing, right? When is it? It's at the end of the year, so hurry up if you want to consider it. Don't miss it. Shaq warned. All right, I'll properly consider it. Chapter 466. 70 listened to their conversation with a faint smile on the side, and her heart was filled with relief. Although the thin man, named Ronnie, was still paying by the 5 gold coins a year he had to pay to join the medical insurance system, with Shaq's persuasion, he was truly moved. He began seriously considering how to implement the medical insurance system for his family. If it wasn't for the fact that she wanted to keep hiding her identity, 70 would have personally explained to him what Sue had proposed. 70 had seriously considered this welfare system that she had decided to implement first. According to 70's idea, she didn't plan on letting the citizens of Banta City pay 5 gold coins a year, and all the costs would be paid by Banta City. But Sue had stopped 70 from doing this. Perhaps in the early stages, the citizens of Banta City were used to it, so they wouldn't consider seeking help from a doctor when they were sick. But once the medical guarantee system was introduced and the citizens found that the cost of seeing a doctor wasn't high, most of the citizens would choose to use this system. If it became like this, no matter how good Banta City's finances were, they wouldn't be able to pay for this large expenditure. Even if they followed Sue Yi's suggestion and set the standard of 5 gold coins a year for each person, according to the City Lord Manor's estimates. Just the hospital that the City Lord Manor had built last month would cost close to 200,000 gold coins a year. In order to ensure the standard of this Banta City Citizen Hospital, 70 had personally come out and invited several highly skilled doctors from Anvilmar City. Of course, the salaries given to these doctors were very good, with the lowest being over 1,000 gold coins a year. This money was naturally included in the hospital's costs, which was a part of Banta City's finances. Shaq and Ronnie discussed for a bit before the next public transport magic car arrived. The two stopped discussing and got in a magic car with 70 following behind them. This public transport magic car set off from Banta City and headed to the Falling Rain Valley. If one took the entire trip, the first in carriage would charge 30 silver coins, but 70 announced that she would subsidize the Banta City public transport system, reducing the cost to 25 silver coins. Although it was only a difference of 5 silver coins, once the City Lord Manor implemented this policy, it immediately received praise from everyone in Banta City. Even if she had only been City Lord for less than half a year, 70 already had a high prestige in Banta City. She was called the respected, loved, great, and beautiful Lord City Lord by the Banta Times. There were even some Banta City citizens who secretly called 70 the Banta Goddess after Steele. But it was different from Steele, who had obtained this title based on her beauty and fame. 70's title was based on the gratitude and love the citizens of Banda City had for her. After getting in the car, Ronnie and Shaq continued to talk about the medical security system. As they talked, the topic turned to the mayor's mansion, who had enacted this policy. Naturally, they began to praise Steele. Hearing the praise that came from their mouths, although it was the truth, it still made 70's face turn a bit red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. If someone recognized her as the Lord City Lord in the car, that scene would be very awkward. After the car drove for a while, there were some more people who came from the other stops. Some passengers heard Ronnie and Shaq's discussion, and they couldn't help joining in. The group of people began to enthusiastically discuss the various policies of the City Lord Manor. Among them, most of them were praising these policies, but there were a few who felt it wasn't good and gave their opinions. For example, when it came to the renovation of Banda City, most people felt that it was a good policy for the citizens. But there were two people who said that because there was construction all over the city, it created a lot of dust and noise. Even when work was done at night, it affected their rest. For example, when it came to 70's policy of developing agriculture and business together after taking over as the city lord, there were several people who had different opinions. To them, Banda City was mainly focused on business. Even if there were large amounts of foreigners, they would work for the various large and small companies in the city. Of course, it was impossible for them to come all the way to Banta City to farm. Since it was like this, Lord City Lord 70 should be bolder. She should turn Banda City into a business city and give more support to the companies in the city. As for agriculture, wasn't there the Cantona Chamber of Commerce that specialized in agriculture? She could just leave it to them. Hearing these people who were clearly small merchants that could be seen everywhere in the city talking about the Cantona Chamber of Commerce, 70 couldn't help revealing a faint smile. When Sui made a bet with her, saying that the Cantona Chamber of Commerce would pay over $200,000 in taxes at the end of the year, 70 didn't believe it at all. Because the Cantona Chamber of Commerce had paid less than $50,000 in taxes to 70, it was impossible for them to pay over $200,000 in taxes in the next 4 months. Who would have thought that when 70 saw the annual tax report of Banda City, she would find that the Cantona Chamber of Commerce had already paid over 230,000 gold coins. If they also paid the last month's tax, it would be close to 300,000 gold coins. It had to be said, the Cantona Chamber of Commerce's results had greatly exceeded 70's expectations. Because even 70 herself felt that agriculture couldn't compare to business. The Cantona Chamber of Commerce's main business was agriculture, so it was very hard for them to make large profits. The tax they paid surpassed many small companies that had been established at the same time as them. The Cantona Chamber of Commerce could pay this much tax mainly because of their new product, the green source fruit juice. This kind of fresh fruit juice was made with the special formula of the elves. Not only did it have the taste of fresh fruit juice, it could also be stored for a long time, so it was very popular as soon as it appeared. Not only were there all kinds of flavors of green source fruit juice in Banda City, the Cantona Chamber of Commerce even sold it to the various cities of the kingdom through the Walmart Chamber of Commerce. The most important thing was that with the hot sales of this fruit juice, the villagers of the 3 villages contracted by the Cantona Chamber of Commerce had a better way to deal with the fruits. This made the farmers of the 3 villages even more enthusiastic about planting fruits. Right now, because the villagers of Mexelin Village and the other 3 villages were planting fruit trees, their income was much higher than the villagers of other villages outside the city. This caused many villages outside the city to apply to the city lord's mansion to plant fruits next year. If it was before, in order to guarantee basic grain production, 70 definitely wouldn't have agreed to this request. But now with the use of the fertilizer, Banta City's grain yield had greatly increased. The Cantona Chamber of Commerce contracted the farmland of the 3 villages, and only Cambia Village was still planting basic grain, but the grain they harvested was much more than what the 3 villages had harvested before. Thinking of this, 70 thought of the fertilizer factory that New Flyer had set up in Santon Manor. The fertilizer had shown a strong effect in the 2 harvests of Banda City this year. Although there were some people with ulterior motives who doubted that there would be problems with the grain grown with the fertilizer, In the 2 months after Bana City's fall harvest, the Xinfei fertilizer factory had received large amounts of orders from all over the kingdom. According to what Su Yi had told 70 before he left, the Xinfei fertilizer factory had a terrifying backlog of 4 million tons of fertilizer orders. The Xinfei fertilizer factory's current output was limited, so before next year's spring harvest, they could only produce 700,000 tons at most. Other than leaving a portion for Bana City, Su Yi gave the rest to 70 to take care of, letting her decide which order to complete first. 70 was very clear that this was a large favor that Su Yi had given her. The fertilizer was this effective in increasing grain yield. So, if a city received the help of the fertilizer, they would definitely have a good harvest in the coming harvest. For the Lampari kingdom that prioritized agriculture, if a city's grain yield was satisfactory, it meant that the city lord would be praised. To put it simply, 70 controlled the distribution of the surplus fertilizer, so she decided which cities would enjoy the benefits. This was very important for her to obtain support. Su Yi clearly understood this, so he chose to give this decision to 70. Thinking of this, 70 couldn't help feeling a deep gratitude and a strange feeling towards Su Yi. If it wasn't for Su Yi's existence, Banta City wouldn't have become as prosperous as it was now, and 70 wouldn't have been able to see the hope of changing the kingdom. If possible, 70 wanted to give Su Yi and the new flyer even more support, letting Su Yi quickly change the situation of the Lampari kingdom, making the kingdom stronger and making the citizens of the kingdom the same as the citizens of Banta City. Not only would they be able to eat and wear warm clothes, they would also have extra money to enjoy better lives. But to achieve this, 70's current status as the princess was far from enough. If she really wanted to give Su Yi the support he needed, 70 had to ascend to the throne that everyone in the kingdom had their eyes on. As long as she became the queen of the Lampari kingdom, she would be qualified to give Su Yi powerful support. To ascend to the throne, other than the support of the nobles, the support of the citizens was also essential. Hearing the approval of the people in the carriage, it was filled with gratitude and gratitude. Gratitude that came from the bottom of their hearts. 70 revealed a faint smile. She thought that if everyone in the kingdom could enjoy the rich lives of the citizens of Bana City, they would definitely support her like these people. But at this time, there was a cold snort that came from the carriage. You fellows praise her highness like she's a god, but in my eyes, she's just bullshit. Chapter 467. The car fell into silence as everyone looked in the direction of the voice in a daze. Even the car trembled before quickly turning back to normal. It was clear that the driver in charge of driving the magic car was shocked by these words and couldn't help affecting his control of the magic car. 70 had been thinking about how to improve the suggestions of the people in the car, but after hearing these words, she was stunned. She looked to the left and found a middle-aged man who looked to be at least 50 years old looking at the people in the car with a look of provocation and ridicule. What? You can't accept it? If it was up to me, this highness doesn't have a brain at all. She only knows how to let the people under her do things. Listening to that Su Yi from New Flyer, she doesn't have any skills at all. This kind of person should just be a princess for her entire life. Why would she come to be the city lord and even want to be our queen? This is simply a joke. Hearing this, everyone in the car was instantly enraged. Shaq pointed at his nose without any courtesy and roared in a deep voice, "You really are bold. Is Her Highness someone you can casually talk about? What qualifications do you have?" That's right. You actually dare say that Her Highness doesn't have any skills? Do you think we're all blind? Another passenger chimed in. Another passenger also added, "When Count Stark was the city lord, everyone almost lost their good lives. Now that Her Highness has been the city lord for less than half a year, do you see how much the city has changed? What kind of life is everyone living?" That's right. You can't talk about anyone, but you dare talk about Chairman Su? If it wasn't for Chairman Su and the new flyer bringing all these new things to our Bana City, how could everyone be living such good lives? Isn't that right, everyone? Right? It's because Chairman Su and the new flyer brought Bana City that everyone can live such good lives. You can't just talk about Chairman Sue and the new flyer. Didn't you see that when Count Stark was the city lord, Chairman Sue couldn't do anything? So it's Her Highness who has the most merit. Only with her, as our Banta City's city lord, can our Banta City develop the best. That's right. If it was up to me, I would rather Her Highness not be the queen and just be our Banta City's city lord. That way we can live such good lives. That's not right. If Her Highness can become the queen, I believe that our Lampari Kingdom's direction of Banta City. That's right. As these people spoke, they began to praise 70 again, while also fiercely praising Sue E. and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. That middle-aged man kept giving a cold laugh, but he didn't taunt them again, so they didn't look for trouble with him. But with a common goal like him, everyone's discussions became louder and more focused. Perhaps he felt that it was boring to stay in the car, or perhaps he had already arrived at his destination. But when the magic car stopped at the next stop, the middle-aged man got out. 70 thought about it before getting out of the car behind him. Looking up after getting out, 70 found that there was the sandy river not far from this stop. On the bank of the river was the Dawn Villa community that the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce had just built. Seeing the middle-aged man walk into the community after getting out of the car, 70 was even more confused. Based on his clothes, this middle-aged man shouldn't be a rich person, no matter how she looked at it. He shouldn't be someone who could afford to live in such a high-class community. So what was he doing here? If it was said that he was acquainted with someone living here, the people living here were all people who benefited from the development of Banta City. That was why they could afford a villa that cost at least 8,000 gold coins. So how could they be acquainted with him? 70 followed the middle-aged man into the community. Seeing him approach, the two guards at the gate noticed him and prepared to stop him. However, the middle-aged man stopped not far away from the gate. He reached into his chest and took out a roll of cloth. Shaking it, he found that there was an iron rod attached to both sides of the cloth. The middle-aged man inserted one end of the iron rod into the dirt on the side of the road and pulled the cloth to the other side before inserting the other end of the iron rod into the dirt. The white cloth was unrolled, revealing a row of large words written in blood red. The Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce is heartless, destroying my home. Her Highness 70 has no humanity. Colluding with merchants is shameful. Seeing these large words, 70 was stunned. It was fine if he said that the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce was heartless, but why did he say that she had no humanity? As for colluding with the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce, for the development of Banta City, the City Lord Manor cooperated with all the companies in Banta City, with the most representative being the new flyer. This person didn't bring out the new flyer. Rather, he brought out the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce. Just why was it? 70 racked her brains for a while, but she found that because the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce was involved in many areas of Banta City's renovation project and had a wide range of cooperation with the City Lord Manor, she couldn't make any guesses at all. The two guards at the gate saw this, and after being stunned, they quickly walked over to the middle-aged man, looking like they wanted to ask what was going on. Who would have thought that when the two guards approached, the middle-aged man would suddenly reach into his chest and take out a shining dagger? The two guards were startled, but they immediately chuckled and continued to approach. For these two guards who had retired from the army, a middle-aged man who didn't seem strong, just holding a dagger, wasn't a threat at all. However, the middle-aged man didn't plan on using the dagger to attack them. Rather, he turned his hand and pointed the dagger at his throat, loudly shouting, "You're not allowed to come over. If you come any closer, I'll stab down." The two guards were stunned and couldn't help stopping. This fellow using suicide to threaten them made it hard for the two guards. When the two guards and 70 were in a daze, there was a medium-sized magic car that stopped on the road behind them. A group of people came out of the car and ran to the middle-aged man's side, surrounding him. Then they all took out daggers from their chests and pointed them at their throats, taking the same stance as the middle-aged man. Seeing that there were men and women, old and young, in this group, and there were even two children who weren't even 10 years old, 70 deeply knit her brows. Just what did the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce do to force these normal citizens into this kind of situation? Hashtag. Your Highness, I've been wronged. Chairman Cruz had a tearful look as he looked at 70 with an aggrieved look. You should be very clear about the things our Chamber of Commerce has done. When have we done anything devoid of conscience? Those fellows are just causing trouble for no reason. 70 looked around and didn't say a thing. President Cruz immediately understood and waved his hand to signal the others in the room to leave. When there were only the two of them left, Chairman Cruz looked at 70 with a nervous look as his heart filled with unease. When he received the news, he didn't care at first since this wasn't the first time the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce had encountered this kind of thing. But when he rushed over, he was shocked to find that Her Highness 70 was also here, which scared him quite a bit. Although to him, the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce didn't do anything wrong, with such a large matter and such a bad influence, Her Highness 70 would definitely be very angry. But since she saw him until now, Her Highness 70 didn't seem angry at all, but Chairman Cruz didn't dare be careless. Speak, just what is going on? 70 looked into Chairman Cruz's eyes and calmly asked, Why did those citizens say that your company destroyed their homes? Chairman Cruz rubbed his hands and thought for a bit before saying, Your Highness, the Senglang Canal project has already been completed. You should know about this, right? 70 nodded. I know. What? Are they related to the Senglang Canal project? These people are villagers from a village beside the Senglang Canal. Because the canal passed by their village, it took a piece of farmland from their village. They're here to cause trouble because of these farmlands. 70 knit her beautiful brows. Didn't I tell Chairman Porter to properly take care of the matters related to the Senglang Canal project? Moreover, why didn't these citizens go to the Porter Chamber of Commerce for this matter and came to cause trouble for your Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce? Chairman Cruz said with a bitter smile, Because the one in charge of the project was our company. Those citizens only know that our Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce dug up their farmland, so they're targeting our company. Then why did they agree to let you dig it up, and why are they causing trouble now? 70 asked in a confused voice. Chairman Porter promised them that after digging up their farmland, he would give them some gold coins as compensation. He would also arrange for them to work for a company in Banda City, giving them a stable income. They agreed very well, so we dug it up. Who knew? After saying this, Chairman Cruz suddenly stopped. What is it? 70 looked at him. Chairman Cruz gave a bitter laugh and shook his head. It was hard to tell if he was angry or found it funny. When I was negotiating with those people just now, I asked them why they came here to cause trouble again. In the end, they said that they were all fired from their previous chambers of commerce and lost their jobs. Now, they have no income and can't live anymore, so they came to cause trouble. 70 was stunned. Why were they fired? Didn't Chairman Porter arrange for them to work for those companies? I asked some people just now. Can you guess why they were fired by those chambers of commerce? 70 shook her head. Chairman Cruz said with a strange expression, Chairman Porter found Chairman Su for help when arranging for them, and then Chairman Su used his connections to arrange for them to work for several companies in the city that also produced magic machines. But these people didn't know any skills and weren't willing to learn, so they couldn't meet the requirements of those companies at all. So they were all fired. Seeing the strange expression on 70's face, Chairman Cruz quickly added, Your Highness, you have to believe that if it wasn't for the fact that they weren't that good, I think that those companies wouldn't have fired them on account of Chairman Su. 70 nodded. I understand. But this matter has reminded me of a problem. What problem? Chairman Cruz asked in a curious voice. Sui mentioned this problem to me before. He said that the magic machine industry is developing very quickly, so there's a higher requirement for the skills of the workers. There's a higher requirement for qualified workers, so if we rely on the companies of Banda City to train them, it will be far from enough. Chairman Cruz immediately agreed with a nod. I have a deep understanding of this. Normally speaking, most of our company's work is simple physical work that doesn't require any skills. But now that there are more and more projects, we need more and more magic machines. But our company can't find enough workers to operate these magic machines. So many projects are affected. So the problem that Sui mentioned before is very important. How to turn people into important manpower requires large amounts of investment. 70 thought about it before saying to Chairman Cruz, Chairman Cruz, take out some people. I'm planning to build a vocational training school outside the city. Chapter 468. When Sui walked into Samo Count's private office, he saw Samo Count put down the newspaper in his hand. He knit his brows and had a bit of worry in his eyes. Did something happen? Sui asked. He looked at the newspaper on the table and found that it was the Banta Times that he was familiar with, so he couldn't help being a bit surprised. When did the Banta Times come here? It didn't. Samo Count shook his head. I had people collect it every week and specially sent it over from Banta City. Specially bought it. Sui was secretly speechless. Banta City was 1,000 kilometers from here. Even if they took a magic car and went on the road without stopping, it would take at least 2 days to send it over. The more important thing was that to specially send someone to buy a copy of the Banta Times, the cost was definitely shocking. Samo Count wasn't a luxurious noble, taking out this kind of money and effort just for a single Banta Times. It could be seen that even after being city lord for a year and a half, he still cared about Banta City. This isn't strange at all. Count Sean smiled. Samo said with a smile, I've been city lord for over 10 years, so I have deep feelings for that place. Not to mention, now that Her Highness is Banta City's city lord, I should care a bit more. Sui nodded to show he understood before asking, did something happen in Banta City? Take a look. Samo Count pointed at the Banta Times on the table. Sui picked up the newspaper and found that based on the day, this Banta Times should be from 3 days ago. Seeing the headline on the first page, Sui's eyes lit up and his heart filled with joy. Huh, Her Highness is finally paying attention to this problem? That's great. With this vocational skills school and the other training organizations, Banta City's human resource problem should be solved soon. It will be of great help to Banta City and the Lampari Kingdom's future development. Sui, you were the one who came up with this idea for Her Highness, right? Samo Count asked. Well, in fact, I noticed this problem last year, but Count Stark was the city lord at that time, so I didn't mention it to him. When Her Highness took over as the city lord, I mentioned it to her, but Her Highness didn't have time to think about it, so it was delayed. Now that Your Highness is finally paying attention to this issue, that's great. Samo Count shook his head and sighed. Did you not notice why Her Highness began to pay attention to this problem? Sui was surprised. Carefully looking at the report, he found that the main article mentioned that Her Highness made this decision because of an incident that happened in Banta City a few days ago. Moreover, there was a detailed report on this issue. Opening the newspaper, as expected, on the second page, the Banta Times had a detailed report on this matter. Seeing the words Mulberry Canal and occupying farmland, Sui thought about it and remembered that there was indeed this matter. When Chairman Porter asked him for help, he didn't care about it. He just ordered Kenner to arrange it and didn't care about it. But he never thought that this matter would develop into such a serious matter. According to the description in the Banta Times, not only did this matter attract attention in Banta City, it even attracted attention in many other cities in the kingdom. There were even several newspapers in Anvil Mar City that reported this. After reading the report on this matter, Sui thought about it before giving a shrug and saying with a smile, although the influence of this matter isn't good, it made Her Highness begin to pay attention to human resources. In the end, this is considered a good thing. Samo Count narrowed his eyes to look at Sui for a while before asking with knit brows, You really only have this idea? Sui was surprised. What? Samo Count shook his head and said with a sigh, It seems like you really aren't suited for politics. You actually can't see the hidden problem in this matter. Sui looked at the Banta Times in his hand with a confused look and asked in a confused voice, What problem is there? Haven't you thought about it? Seriously speaking, this is a small matter, so why did it become so big? Count Sean asked back. How could this matter be small? Sui had just spoken when he suddenly stopped. Because he suddenly found that he had overlooked a problem. This was the signs. After all, it was very different from Earth. If this matter happened on Earth, if it was reported, it would be considered a serious matter. It would definitely have a serious effect on the local government of Bana City, and it might even cause the leaders of Bana City to be held accountable. But in the signs, because the farmland that was invaded by the canal belonged to the Lampari kingdom, the ownership didn't belong to the farmers, so they didn't have a basis to cause trouble. Moreover, for a society like the signs that was still half slave and half feudal, even if the benefits of the normal citizens were invaded by the nobles, how could they have the courage to resist? If this matter happened in the other signs countries, or even in most of the other cities of the Lampari kingdom, when the city lord manor needed to invade the farmland to dig the canal, they didn't need to discuss it with the farmers at all. If they wanted to dig, they would dig, and those farmers wouldn't even dare fart, not to mention resisting. They even came to cause trouble now. If they met a stronger noble city lord, it wouldn't be a problem for them to behead these farmers. This was because, according to the laws of the Lampari kingdom, gathering people to cause trouble and even threatening them with weapons could be considered a rebellion, so the city lord had the power to deal with them. Now these fellows not only had the guts to gather in Bana City, raising banners to make this matter this big, they had even caused many newspapers in the kingdom to report this matter. How could this be something normal farmers would do? If it was said that they didn't have someone supporting them, he wouldn't believe it, even if he was beaten to death. Thinking that there was someone supporting them, he immediately grabbed the newspaper and seriously read the report again. This time, he discovered some problems that he didn't notice before from these reports. For example, in a report in the Bana Times, it was mentioned that these farmers had all prepared knives, and other than the leader who set off alone, the others had all arrived in the same medium-sized magic passenger car. Not mentioning the other problems, just this medium-sized magic car was a problem. According to the new flyer's price for a medium-sized magic car, it cost 800 gold coins. These farmers had lost their jobs and no longer had a source of income. Not to mention buying one, even if they rented one, they wouldn't be able to take out this money. Seeing this, Su-Yi couldn't help giving a cold laugh. This means that there is someone who wants to target Her Highness and use this matter to ruin Her Highness' reputation. Count Samo gave a slight nod. You're not dumb. Take a look at these. Taking the newspapers that Count Samo pushed over, Su-Yi looked through them and found that they were all related to this matter. But it was different from the Bana Times report that focused on the aftermath of this matter. The reports in these newspapers mainly described the tragic situation of these farmers, and the reason why these farmers did this was because they were forced into a corner. It was like they were the farmers themselves. If one just looked at the reports in these newspapers, they would have deep sympathy for these farmers and deep hatred for the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce. Although these newspapers didn't directly criticize Her Highness 70, the meaning between the lines revealed that the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce did this because of the decision of the Banta City Lord Manor. Naturally, the people who read the reports were dissatisfied with the Banta City Lord Manor and Her Highness 70. These fellows really are bold, daring to make a move against Her Highness. After reading this, he didn't get angry. Rather, he revealed a smile. Since they have the guts to report this, why don't they just say that Her Highness doesn't care about people's lives? Of course they wouldn't dare. Count Sean shook his head. He shook his head, publicly slandering Her Highness. This will be treated as a rebellion. But it's enough to affect Her Highness' reputation. They aren't planning on toppling Her Highness because they know that this is impossible. He knit his brows, and after thinking for a bit, he said with a serious look, Lord City Lord, we must fight back. It isn't good for Her Highness to make a move, so we must help her. You think that Her Highness is an idiot in politics like you? Samo Count said with a laugh. Relax, Her Highness has already seen through the hidden problems in this matter, so she has already taken care of it. After saying this, Samo Count revealed a happy smile as he said with a look of praise, speaking of this, although Her Highness is young, she comes from the royal palace, so her ability in this aspect is not something a fellow like you can compare to. This matter should have affected her reputation, but with how she has taken care of it, she has used this chance to show her foresight in politics and also helped you out. Oh, how did Her Highness take care of it? He couldn't help asking in a curious voice. Can't you see for yourself? Samo Count pointed at the Banta Times in Su Yi's hand. Su Yi doubtfully opened the last few pages of the Banta Times and found a large title on the importance of the magic machine industry to economic development. There was a subtitle under it, promoting the development of human resources, increasing the competitiveness of the population. At the end, it was signed 70 Lampuri. Seeing this title, Su Yi's expression became very strange. This Highness 70, when did she steal the skill of writing papers from him? Chapter 469. There is only a small part of Her Highness' thesis in the Bana Times, but the full text was placed in front of Lampuri 13th. It was made up of 37 pages, and it looked quite thick when stacked together. Lampuri 13th spent an entire 3 hours to finish reading the 30,000-word text and the several tables. He was very serious during this time and didn't even take a sip of water. After he finished, he closed his eyes to rest for a while before letting out a sigh and revealing a strangely happy smile. Of his 3 children, the one he was most satisfied with was his youngest daughter, 70. She had shown superior intelligence and self-control since she was young. Not only was she serious in her studies, her comprehension was also very strong. She had a certain understanding of politics since she was young. When she was a bit older, she could already express her opinions on politics, and these opinions were very pertinent. There were even some opinions that Lampuri 13th praised. When she was over 20 and began participating in politics, she showed that she was much more capable than her 2 big brothers. She could handle everything properly and helped Lampuri 13th solve quite a few problems. On the contrary, although her 2 big brothers couldn't be considered idiots, they were much worse than 70 in terms of self-control since they were young. They weren't serious in their studies, and after they grew up, their abilities were far from 70's. So Lampuri 13th couldn't be assured. If 70 wasn't a girl, and if she was the eldest daughter instead of the youngest daughter, Lampuri 13th would have made her the only successor to the throne a long time ago. But 70 was the youngest daughter, and because of this, Lampuri 13th's idea of making her the successor to the throne was hindered. It was very hard to keep her status as the princess. If it wasn't for Lampuri 13th showing a rare display of strength, the kingdom's parliament would have rejected her as the princess. Now that he saw 70's detailed report on the magic machine industry, Lampuri 13th was certain of his thoughts. If he had to choose someone to take the throne, the most suitable person would be 70. In this report, 70 had given a detailed analysis of the effects of the magic machine industry on Banda City after it appeared. With the incomparably detailed data and tables in the report, her report was very clear. One could see the changes that happened in Banta City after the magic machine industry appeared. Actually, other than Banta City, there were many other cities in the Lampari Kingdom that were affected by the magic machine industry brought by the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce. But 70 didn't have the detailed data of those cities, so she only mentioned them in the report and didn't focus on them. Lampuri 13th appreciated 70's practical approach very much, because he was clear that although there were many things in government that needed to be vague, there couldn't be any ambiguity in places that shouldn't be vague at all. Through this report, it was clear that the current Bana City was completely different from 4 years ago when the new flyer hadn't appeared yet. The most direct data was that Banda City's tax revenue this year had already broken through 6 million gold coins. Compared to the tax revenue of less than 500,000 4 years ago, it had already increased by over 10 times. Other than this, Banda City's grain yield had also increased by a large amount. With the dual effects of the fertilizer and the agricultural magic machines, Banda City's wheat yield had broken a shocking 1 million tons. It could be said that just with the wheat yield of Banda City, it was enough to feed a fifth of the Lampari Kingdom. According to 70's previous report, when a new flyer's fertilizer factory's output increased and the fertilizer could be used in every field of the kingdom, the Lampari Kingdom wouldn't need to worry about food anymore. If they could really do this, it would be equal to solving the biggest problem that had plagued the Lampari Kingdom for several hundred years. Even if they ignored the other contributions of the new flyer, just based on the agricultural magic machines and the fertilizer it produced, Lampuri 13th felt that it wasn't excessive to give them any reward. If it wasn't for the fact that Su-yi was still too young and had only been a noble for a short time, Lampuri 13th would have definitely given him another title. Other than the most important tax revenue and grain yield, there was another clear change in Banda City, which was the large increase in population. Other than the less than 100,000 people in Banda City, there were over 300,000 people that came from other cities of the kingdom. Banda City was now the most populous city in the south of the Lampari kingdom. Adding in the fact that Banta City's economy was developed and the market was prosperous, the current Banta City had become the economic center of the kingdom's south. According to the table in the report, there were over 5,000 transport horse carriages that left Banta City each day. And in the transport fleet, the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's transport magic cars became more and more popular, even surpassing the traditional transport horse carriages. Adding in the fact that after the Sanglang Canal was opened, it was very convenient for Banda City to enter the Northern Waterway, so the shipping industry in Banta City quickly developed. But in this report, 70 had mentioned that the new flyer was currently developing the magic boat. When a magic boat was developed, Banda City's shipping industry would definitely become much more prosperous. Seeing that the new flyer was developing the magic boat, Lampuri 13th suddenly thought of the base that the new flyer had invested in the Principality of Constantine, where they were building a pier by the sea. Could it be that Su-yi had already thought of developing the magic boat at that time and had the idea of using the magic boat to open up the sea? If it really was like this, Lampuri 13th would have to reevaluate Su-yi. This fellow, he was more far-sighted than he thought. While he was thinking about the influence of Su-yi and the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce, Dima came in from outside. "Your Majesty, Viscount Leslie is here to see you." Lampuri 13th put down the report. "Let him in." After a while, Viscount Leslie was led by Dima into the reception room that Lampuri 13th had specially prepared for this meeting. After Viscount Leslie gave his bow, Lampuri 13th looked over him before nodding and praising with a faint smile. "Not bad. After training in the Northern Army, you really are much more pleasing to the eye compared to before." Viscount Leslie revealed a faint smile. "I think that your Majesty's pleasing to the eye isn't the same as the pleasing to the eyes of the noble ladies of Anvilmar City, right?" Lampuri 13th broke out in laughter. Viscount Leslie came from the Stag family, so he had been close to the royal family since he was young. Viscount Leslie had played with the two princes and Her Highness 70 since he was young, so he was very familiar with Lampuri 13th. Naturally, he wasn't as reserved as the others in front of Lampuri 13th. "Actually, although your skin is a bit rough now, perhaps those young misses and madams like rougher men. With your white and tender appearance before, you might not have been as popular as now." Lampuri 13th teased. Lampuri 13th teased, "So having you serve in the Northern Army is actually a profit for you." Viscount Leslie couldn't help breaking out in laughter. He had already heard that Lampuri 13th was unruly when he was young, but now he could see some clues. "If we're talking about profit, I do feel that I've profited, but it's not in terms of my image. Rather, through this military service, I've come into contact with many different people and have met many different things." Viscount Leslie said. "Different things?" Lampuri 13th took a deep look at Viscount Leslie before waving his hand to Dima. Dima immediately bowed and left. "Come, tell me, what different things have you encountered that a kid like you can't forget?" Viscount Leslie thought about it before saying, "Your Majesty, I think that what left the deepest impression on me should be the attack on the Sack Kingdom at the beginning of the year. I think that you won't forget it." "Of course." Lampuri 13th nodded. "That was our Lampuri Kingdom's first attack on the Sack Kingdom in all these years, and it was a glorious victory, even taking back control of the Muerto Mountains. This is the greatest victory since our kingdom was founded. How could I forget it?" "Yes, this victory was very exciting. When I was in the Northern Army, I could feel that the morale of the entire Northern Army was high. Everyone was filled with enthusiasm, wishing that they could take this chance to attack the Sack Kingdom. Viscount Leslie revealed an emotional look as he reminisced. Attacking the Sack Kingdom is just thinking too much. We don't have that strength right now. Lampury 13th shook his head. I understand. But your majesty, why do you think? The Northern Army suddenly had the ability to attack the Sack Kingdom and take back the Muerto Mountains from them? Lampury 13th narrowed his eyes. What do you want to say? Just say it directly. There are only the two of us here, so I won't hold you responsible and will give you a chance to speak. All right. Viscount Leslie nodded with a serious expression. Your Majesty, I think that you should know better than me that the Northern Army suddenly had such a strong battle strength at the beginning of the year was completely because the Northern Army's equipment had been greatly improved. Whether it is the weapons they have, the magic repeating crossbows, or the magic trebuchets that had the greatest effect when attacking the front lines, it can be said that with these new armaments, the Northern Army has the ability to attack the Sack Kingdom and occupy the Muerto Mountains. At the same time, they can resist the wild counterattacks of the Sack Kingdom for half a year. Lampury 13th was silent for a bit before giving a nod. Of course I understand this. But Leslie, what do you want to say by mentioning this now? Viscount Leslie's expression became serious as he said, Your Majesty, since you're clear on this, then let me ask you a question. Because of His Highness Eric, the Northern Army hasn't continued to buy equipment mainly produced by New Flyer. Do you think that they have the ability to attack the Sack Kingdom? Lampury 13th was silent. Viscount Leslie didn't wait for him to answer as he said in a very serious voice, No, Your Majesty, you definitely don't think that they have this ability. But even though you know this, you didn't give the order to stop His Highness Eric's actions. Doing this, could it be that you want to watch His Highness die? Chapter 470. Lampury 13th was silent for a bit before saying with a sigh, Eric is my son. Why would I watch him die? Viscount Leslie slowly shook his head. I don't know. But Your Majesty, what you're doing now seems to me like you want to do this. Eric is my friend who grew up with me, and as his friend, I have to ask you this question. Lampury 13th revealed a smile that had a trace of ridicule to it. I know that after you retired from the Northern Army, Eric invited you to stay with him for a while, but this question isn't something Eric had you ask, right? Viscount Leslie's lips curled into a bitter smile as he said with a sigh, Indeed, it wasn't him who had me ask. This is my own decision. Then, did you tell Eric what you thought about it? Did you try to persuade him not to attack the Sack Kingdom? Lampury 13th asked. Viscount Leslie was silent. After a while, he gave a long sigh and shook his head again. No, Eric is filled with confidence in attacking the Sack Kingdom, so he doesn't have any objections. So I hope that Your Majesty can give the order to stop him. Lampury 13th tapped the armrest of his chair and looked at Leslie as the ridicule in his smile deepened. Then do you know that the reason Eric is so confident is because of the people in the kingdom who support him? Your father is one of them. Viscount Leslie was even more silent. Of course, he knew what role his father's stag family played in this. He was even clear that in order to support His Highness in leading the Northern Army to attack the Sack Kingdom, the Stag family had already invested at least 5 million gold coins in terms of funds and resources. As for the manpower of the Stag family, it was impossible to calculate. Other than the Stag family, the other large nobles of the kingdom that supported His Highness Eric also supported the Northern Army in various aspects. So the Northern Army had enough supplies and equipment. It could even be said that this was the most abundant the Northern Army had ever been. It was because of this that His Highness Eric was filled with confidence in attacking the Sack Kingdom. He felt that with the support of so many large nobles, he could easily defeat the Sack Kingdom and create the most glorious military merit since the Lampury Kingdom was founded. With this military merit, naturally he could easily defeat 70 and the other Prince Mypham who no one thought highly of, becoming the only successor to the throne. Seeing that Viscount Leslie was speechless, Lampury 13th's smile disappeared. He gave a soft snort and said in a deep voice, Leslie, do you know that even if it is me, I can't give the order to stop Eric from attacking the Sack Kingdom. Viscount Leslie thought about it before giving a sigh and nodding. At this time, His Highness Eric leading the Northern Army to attack the Sack Kingdom was already an arrow on the bow. It had to be fired. Even if His Highness Eric suddenly changed his mind, the large families behind him wouldn't allow him to do this. Otherwise, the large amounts of manpower and resources that the large families had invested in him and the Northern Army would be wasted. It wasn't exaggerated to say that whether it was His Highness Eric, the Northern Army, or even the large nobles that supported His Highness Eric, they were all tied to the same war chariot. This war chariot had to head to the Sack Kingdom. No one could stop it. Even the king, who held the most power in the kingdom, could not stop the chariot from moving. After all, even the most honorable king couldn't stop the will of the large noble families represented by the Stag family. Thinking of this, Viscount Leslie couldn't help giving another sigh. He looked at Lampury 13th and couldn't help asking, "Your Majesty, I don't believe that you didn't foresee this ahead of time, but why didn't you stop it ahead of time? If you gave the order as soon as possible, I think it could have been saved." Lampury 13th was silent for a bit before replying. Sending the three of them out was a test for them. This was Eric's choice. Of course I wouldn't interfere. Viscount Leslie suddenly flew into a rage and loudly said, "But this isn't just related to Eric alone. It's also related to the tens of thousands of soldiers of the Northern Army. Do you want to see those innocent soldiers of the Northern Battlefront Army die as well?" Lampury 13th looked at Leslie and suddenly revealed a smile. "It seems like you've been in the Northern Army for 2 years, and you've already developed feelings for it. Not bad, not bad." Seeing that Lampury 13th avoided answering his question, Viscount Leslie was even more angry. But his rationality told him that he definitely couldn't force the king to answer, so he could only suppress his anger. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Looking at Lampury 13th for a while, Viscount Leslie said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, I don't know what you're thinking, but please forgive me for being disrespectful to you. I feel that your current actions are very wrong. If you keep doing this, our Lampury kingdom will suffer a large loss, and this loss is something that even you can't take." Lampury 13th turned his head and looked to the northwest as a dim look appeared in his eyes. "That's right, I might not be able to take the losses, but compared to the terrifying losses, I don't have any other choice. Leslie, in the face of 2 serious losses, but one of them can still be salvaged, which one will you choose to accept?" Viscount Leslie was silent for a bit before saying in a deep voice, "I only know that people can't come back from the dead. I hope that your Majesty can seriously consider this." Lampury 13th revealed a faint smile. "Dead people are only a small loss. Leslie, you're still young, you don't understand." Viscount Leslie took a deep breath and shook his head. He gave Lampury 13th a bow before turning to leave. After walking out of the royal palace, Viscount Leslie looked up at Anvilmar City's sky that was a bit gloomy because of the dark clouds, and he felt that his mood was as gloomy as the sky. He didn't get the result he wanted from talking to the king, but it allowed him to understand some of the king's thoughts. However, the thoughts that he discovered caused him to feel extremely cold. If the king knew the consequences and chose not to do anything, it meant that he was already prepared for His Highness Eric's actions. However, it was because of this that Viscount Leslie's heart turned cold. His Highness Eric was still the king's son. Was he really planning on watching his son fall into danger? If Eric was me and His Majesty was my father, what would my father do? Viscount Leslie thought for a bit and found a fact that made his heart turn cold. If there was a serious conflict between him and the Stag family, he was certain that his father would give up on him without any hesitation. He would even be more ruthless than the king. Is this the fate of being born into a large noble family? Viscount Leslie shook his head with a bitter smile. Turning around, he saw that on the street outside the royal palace, there was a shop that had all kinds of household magic machines in the window. There was a magic air conditioner that kept running, blowing out warm air. It warmed the window that was covered in a layer of frost because of the cold winter until there was only water left. Seeing these household magic machines, Viscount Leslie's heart that was as cold as the season was filled with a bit of warmth. Because seeing these household magic machines, Viscount Leslie thought of a new flyer. Thinking of a new flyer, naturally he thought of Sue E. Although strictly speaking, he hadn't been with Sue E that long. He could see that Sue E was someone who had a long-term goal and was filled with passion because of this goal. Moreover, this goal in his heart was something that Viscount Leslie appreciated very much. So whenever he thought of Sue E, he would feel a bit comforted. If everyone in the kingdom could be like Sue E, working hard to improve everyone's lives, how much better life would be in the kingdom right now? After thinking for a bit, Viscount Leslie gave a self-deprecating laugh. He was very clear that even if it was Sue E himself, it was impossible for him to have this kind of naive idea. Looking around, Viscount Leslie sat in a horse carriage and came to Count Samo's yard in Anvilmar City. Seeing Viscount Leslie suddenly arrive, Manager Ram came forward in a daze. "Lord Viscount, when did you come back?" "I just came back yesterday." Viscount Leslie replied with a smile before looking into the yard. "Is Alex here? Have him come out. I want to discuss something with him." Manager Ram shook his head. "Alex already came back to Banna City a month ago, don't you know?" "Oh, right. You just came back yesterday. So of course you don't know." "Look at how dumb I am. Back in Banna City?" Viscount Leslie was surprised. Viscount Leslie was surprised. Did he go back last minute? Did he say when he would come back? No, he is no longer the new Flyers manager in Anvilmar City. According to what he said before he left, after returning to Banna City this time, he might not have a chance to come back to Anvilmar City. Manager Ram said, "No longer a manager? Why?" Viscount Leslie was a bit curious. Viscount Leslie was a bit surprised. Wasn't he personally sent by Sue E? Could it be that he's planning on giving him a promotion this time? "I'm not clear, but it shouldn't be a promotion. It should be a punishment," Manager Ram said in an uncertain voice. "When Chairman Sue came to Anvilmar City, I saw that his expression wasn't that good when he saw Alex. I think that Alex must have done something to make Chairman Sue unhappy." "Make Sue Yi's expression look bad?" Viscount Leslie knit his brows. Viscount Leslie knit his brows. To make that good-tempered fellow look bad. It seems like Alex really did something wrong. All right, since he's no longer here, the new Flyers should have someone to take over, right? Who is the manager taking over? Do you know where he is now? The one taking over is Manager Flame. Isn't that Manager Flame's horse carriage? He's back. Viscount Leslie turned around and saw a man around 30 years old jump out of the horse carriage. Without waiting for Viscount Leslie to speak, Manager Flame came over with a wide smile. He gave Viscount Leslie a bow and said, "Lord Viscount, if Sir Chairman knows that you're back in Anvilmar City, he will definitely be very happy. I think that when he comes back from Seoul City, he will definitely make a special trip to Anvilmar City to see you." "You recognize me?" Viscount Leslie asked in a surprised voice. "I've seen the Lord Viscount several times in Banna City before, but of course, the Lord Viscount definitely won't remember this little one," Manager Flame said with a smile. Viscount Leslie nodded and didn't pursue this topic. He then asked, "You are the new Flyer's new manager here? Then you have the authority to represent the new Flyer?" Manager Flame said in a thoughtful voice, "For normal matters, I can represent our company. All right, I came this time to discuss cooperating with the new Flyer, opening a magic machine factory. Can you make this decision?" Manager Flame looked at Viscount Leslie in surprise. After thinking about it, he asked, "Lord Viscount, are you representing yourself or the Stag family?" Viscount Leslie replied with a faint smile, "I'm only representing myself." Manager Flame's expression became very strange. Chapter 471. As winter approached, the weather in Seoul City became colder and colder. Early this morning, there were already snowflakes in the sky. Each snowflake was like cotton, falling down piece by piece. In just a single morning, Seoul City was covered in snow white. Looking out from the window on the top floor of the city lord's mansion, other than the white snow that could be seen everywhere, There was only a wall made of black stone bricks that were even more obvious against the snow. It was as if pieces of ugly scars had been condensed in this pure white world. Count Samo, I have to say, the color of the houses in your Soul City really doesn't look good. It's especially obvious when it snows. Princess Caroline looked out the window and shook her head at Count Samo with a sigh. Count Samo and Sue-yi on the side looked at each other before laughing. Your Highness, don't you think that black houses give people a warm feeling? Your Drake Duchy is closer to the north, so it should be easier for you to feel this. No, our Drake Duchy's houses are all deep red. Compared to the gloomy black, I feel that the flame-like red gives people a better feeling of warmth in winter. Princess Caroline shook her head. Princess Caroline shook her head. The more important thing is that red looks better than black, right? Count Samo shook his head and decided not to keep arguing with Princess Caroline on this matter. His many years of experience told him that arguing with women, especially arguing about aesthetics, was asking for trouble and had no meaning at all. Sue-yi on the side said with a smile, in theory, color will indeed have a certain effect on your mind. But compared to making people feel warm mentally, isn't it more effective to make people feel warm physically? Princess Caroline looked over with her beautiful eyes and revealed a faint smile. She sat down beside Sue-yi without any courtesy and asked Sue-yi in a gentle voice, then Chairman Sue, what do you think about the suggestion I made before to build a household magic machine factory in our Drake Duchy? If we can directly produce magic air conditioners in our duchy, I think that the people of our duchy won't care so much about the color of their houses. Sui gave a soft cough. He tilted his head from Princess Caroline's passionate gaze and replied, I've said it before, there's no problem investing in a factory in your Drake Duchy. But how can your duchy guarantee that our company's factory won't be threatened by the Sack Kingdom? Princess Caroline gave a soft snort. 70 City is only 100 kilometers away from the Sack Kingdom's border. Why aren't you worried that your factory will be threatened by the Sack Kingdom? Other than that, if my information isn't wrong, Chairman Sue, when you came to Soul City, your motorcade was robbed, right? I don't think that your Alami Kingdom is safer than in our Drake Duchy. Sue-yi and Count Samyed looked at each other. Even Princess Caroline knew about this, so anyone in the Lami Kingdom who wanted to know would know about this. Your Highness, I don't agree to this. Count Samyed said, not only does Soul City have 8,000 well-equipped city guards, His Majesty has also sent the 3rd Regiment of the garrison. There are over 30,000 soldiers in Soul City, so it's more than enough to protect Soul City. Princess Caroline looked at Count Sean and rolled her eyes. She clapped her hands and said, all right, I was just joking. Indeed, Chairman Sue, you might be worried about investing in our duchy, but you wouldn't be worried about the safety of our factory here, right? Sue-yi couldn't help smiling. It seemed like Princess Caroline was just bargaining. Her goal was to build a factory in Soul City with a new flyer. Of course, this was Sue-yi's plan, so he didn't refute her and just said with a nod, of course there's no problem here. But Your Highness, if you want to invest in a magic machine factory with our company and participate in the design of the magic machines, I can't agree to this. The technology related to the magic machines isn't something our company can disclose, so we won't cooperate with anyone on this. Stingy, Caroline rolled her eyes at Sue-yi with a charming look. If you don't want us to participate in the design, then we won't participate. But Chairman Sue, I've mentioned to you before that our duchy needs all kinds of magic machines, so I think that we can cooperate to build a magic machine factory. Although we won't participate in the design, the magic machine factory will be developed according to our requirements, so there shouldn't be a problem, right? You can, but you have to remember that it will be developed according to your requirements first. It won't be completely controlled by you. Do you understand what I mean? Sue-yi said with a serious look. Of course. Seeing Sue-yi agree, Princess Caroline's smile bloomed like a flower. She came close to Sue-yi and took his arm, giving him a teasing look. You're a man, of course you want to take the initiative. Feeling the softness on his arm, Sue-yi gave a bitter laugh. He shook his head and stood up, saying to Satsuma Count, Lord City Lord, it's time. Let's leave the city. Satsuma Count also stood up. All right, it's better to directly send those things to the factory, so they won't have to waste a trip to the city. He turned to look at Princess Caroline. He thought that she would definitely come, but he never thought that she would shake her head with a smile. You can go. As for this magic machine factory, I still need to seriously consider it. He nodded. He put on his coat with Satsuma Count and walked out of the city lord's manor. Satsuma Count's private horse carriage quickly drove the two of them out of the city lord's manor, heading towards the south gate of Seoul City. Are you really planning on cooperating with the Drake Duchy to build a magic machine factory? Count Satsuma looked at the city lord's manor behind the horse carriage and asked Su-e with knit brows. Even if you refuse the Drake Duchy's participation in the design, since the magic machine factory will develop the magic machines according to their request, there will be a part of the technology that will be leaked. I understand. Su-e nodded. Actually, I did this on purpose. Oh, what did you consider? Tell me about it. Count Satsuma asked in a curious voice. Su-e was silent for a bit before asking back. Lord City Lord, you should know that compared to the Drake Duchy, the Sat Kingdom is a bigger threat to our Lampari Kingdom, right? Of course. The Drake Duchy is only a small duchy. It's impossible for them to pose a real threat to our Lampari Kingdom. Count Satsuma said with a nod. Then, Sir Count, do you think, if we pull the Drake Duchy to our side, will it threaten the Sat Kingdom? Count Satsuma narrowed his eyes, and after thinking for a bit, he nodded. I understand what you mean. If we can pull the Drake Duchy to our side, it will be of great help to our Lampari Kingdom. But have you thought of a problem? The Drake Duchy has been able to survive in the cracks between us and the Sat Kingdom for all these years because they have been swinging back and forth, making both sides have scruples. If they really chose one of the two sides, what awaited them would only be a fate of destruction. Do you think they will do this? Su-e revealed a faint smile. No matter how weak a country is, they won't give up the hope of becoming stronger. So Princess Caroline has always hoped that I can give the magic machines, especially the military magic machine technology, to the Drake Duchy. Of course, I can agree to these conditions, but there's no problem in letting them taste a bit of sweetness first. After they taste a bit of sweetness, they have no choice but to make a choice. Count Satsuma looked at Su-e in a daze for a while before shaking his head and saying with a sigh, there are times when I really don't know how to evaluate you. I can say that you're an idiot in politics, but you're quite sharp on these matters. But are you certain that you can grasp this? I'll need the Lord City Lord to pay attention to this. Su-e said with a smile. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be leaving in 3 days and returning to Banda City. I can't stay here for long, so I can only give orders from afar. As for the specifics, I'll need the Lord City Lord to take care of it. Count Satsuma nodded. This is my responsibility as the City Lord. The horse carriage drove out of Seoul City's South Gate, and after waiting for around 20 minutes, there was a motorcade of magic cars that slowly drove over. Compared to the motorcade Su-e led before, this magic car motorcade was even bigger and more spectacular. There were actually 50 transport magic cars. When a medium-sized magic car in front stopped, the first one to jump out was the First and Carriage Company's Chairman Pompey. Su-e jumped out of the horse carriage with a bit of surprise and came over to greet him. Chairman Pompey, why are you personally escorting this batch of goods? Chairman Pompey's fat face was red from the cold wind, and his body was trembling. When he saw Su-e, he immediately complained, Chairman Su, I didn't think of this problem before, but I've found that when your new flyer was making the medium-sized magic cars, couldn't you add a magic air conditioner to them? That wouldn't take much effort, right? Moreover, it's very practical. If there was, it wouldn't be a problem for me to pay an extra 100 gold coins for each medium-sized magic car. Su-e laughed. He thought that the magic cars had to be installed step by step. How could it be done in one step? Moreover, there are different grades and prices, so of course it was impossible for them all to be installed at once. Of course, there was no need to tell Chairman Pompey this. Su-e just nodded with a smile. All right, I'll go back and tell the people at the research center to have them consider this problem. It really has been hard on you. But Chairman Pompey, why did you personally come this time? Isn't it to see Sir Count? Chairman Pompey gave a bow to Count Satsuma, who was coming out of the horse carriage with a laugh. Lord Count, look, our first and carriage company can transport this much goods from a place as far away as Bana City. What do you think about the transportability of our carriage company? Count Satsuma nodded and praised. It's very outstanding. I think that in the entire Lampari kingdom, other than your first and carriage company, there is no other carriage company that can complete this difficult task of transporting goods in this weather. Chairman Pompey's fat face immediately bloomed with a smile. Then, Sir Count Satsuma, do you think that our first and carriage company is qualified to monopolize Seoul City's transport business? Su-e and Count Satsuma, looked at each other before breaking out in laughter. This Chairman Pompey, in order to expand the business scope of the first and carriage company, he really was working hard. Chapter 472. This time Chairman Pompey was personally escorting the production magic machine for the cement factory and steel mill that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was about to build in Seoul City. Other than this, considering that this place was too far from Bana City and adding in the cooperation with the Drake Duchy, he was planning on building a production magic machine workshop here to make some production magic machines that weren't easy to transport. The most important thing was to prepare for the establishment of the munitions factory. Of course, he definitely wouldn't make the core parts outside the Falling Rain Valley. Although Seoul City had Satsuma Count as the city lord, so it was a bit safe, this place was still too close to the Sac Kingdom. If the Sac Kingdom had any plans on Seoul City, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any problems. Even if Satsuma Count had patted his chest in front of Princess Caroline, he had to be cautious, so naturally he couldn't ignore this. After getting into Chairman Pompey's medium-sized magic car with Satsuma Count, when the car started, he felt a chill coming from the car, and he had to tighten his coat. Seeing Su-yi's actions, Satsuma Count also tightened his collar. He turned to look around the magic car before asking Su-yi with a frown. Su-yi, Chairman Pompey was right. Since this medium-sized magic car is for people to ride, we should consider how comfortable it is. For example, adding a magic air conditioner would make it much better. Also, why do I feel that there are air leaks in the car? It isn't hard to add a magic air conditioner, but it isn't that easy to integrate it into the car. He explained. Our company's research center is currently testing this, and I believe that it won't take long before we finish upgrading the medium-sized magic car. As for the air leaks, there's no other way. The current welding technology isn't up to standard. Speaking of this, Chairman since your company has named this magic car the medium-sized magic car, does that mean there are also small and large-sized magic cars? Chairman Pompey on the side asked. That's right. He nodded. Compared to this medium-sized magic passenger car that can seat 13 people, in our company's plans for passenger magic cars, there are smaller ones that can only seat a few people or even a single person. There are small magic cars that can be driven by a single person. Other than this, there are larger magic passenger cars that can seat several dozen people. It can only hold one person. President Pompey was surprised. Then how much is your company planning on selling this small magic car for? It hasn't been confirmed yet, but the price of a magic car wasn't just determined by how many people it could carry. There were many other factors. So the small passenger magic car you asked about might be priced at a few hundred gold coins, or it might be priced at tens of thousands of gold coins. Tens of thousands of gold coins. This time, even Samoyed Count couldn't remain calm. Are you kidding me? It can only seat one person, and you want to sell it for tens of thousands of gold coins? Who would be dumb enough to spend tens of thousands of gold coins to buy something that isn't practical at all? Revealed a faint smile. Lord City Lord, other than practicality, there are many people in this world who pursue comfort and enjoyment. If you were given a magic car, and you could drive it as comfortably as if it was your own home, while also having a speed of over 100 kilometers per hour or even 200 kilometers per hour, would you be willing to spend tens of thousands of gold coins to buy it? 1 to 200 kilometers per hour? How is that possible? Samoyed Count and Chairman Pompey were both surprised. Chairman Pompey said in an excited voice, "Chairman Su, if your company can really develop such a fast magic car, not to mention tens of thousands of gold coins, even if it costs hundreds of thousands of gold coins, there would be many people who would buy it." Samoyed Count knit his brows and shook his head. He was a noble who advocated pragmatism, so he looked down on those who were extravagant and spent money in pursuit of enjoyment the most. He couldn't understand the strong attraction of the small magic car that Su-yi mentioned to those who pursued luxury. But that didn't stop him from agreeing with Chairman Pompey. Right now, the Signs Road was mainly used by horse carriages, and they could only maintain a speed of around 30 kilometers per hour. The magic car that New Flyer had developed was only 40 kilometers per hour, but it was already very popular in the Lampari Kingdom and attracted everyone's interest. If New Flyer suddenly took out a magic car that could go 1 to 200 kilometers per hour, it would definitely cause a stir in the signs. On the continent, there were rich people all over. For those people, not to mention spending tens of thousands of gold coins, even if they spent hundreds of thousands of gold coins, as long as they had a magic car that was incomparably fast, it wasn't a problem at all. I want to take out a magic car like this right now, but it's a pity that right now, I can't do it for at least a few years. So he shook his head in regret. Right now, the magic cars used by the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce were all using the wind magic engine. Although this engine was very stable in terms of sustainability, it wasn't enough in terms of explosiveness. According to Su-yi's estimates, the maximum power that this wind magic engine could produce was around 80 kilometers per hour for this medium-sized magic car. It would be very hard to break 100 kilometers per hour, not to mention reaching 200 kilometers per hour. To reach this high speed, Su-yi felt that the only way was to use the fire magic engine. But the development of the fire magic engine had just begun, so there were still many problems that needed to be solved. When the fire magic engine was finished and put into use, producing the first fire magic car, even according to Su-yi's most optimistic estimates, it would take at least 5 years. Normally speaking, it would take at least 10 years. Hearing Su-yi's response, Count and Chairman Pompey weren't disappointed. Rather, they let out sighs of relief. If the New Flyer could really make this heaven-defying magic car in a short period of time, they would have to doubt if Su-yi was even human. The motorcade went around Seoul City and came to the New Flyer production base in the west of the city. Before Su-yi led the motorcade to this base, there were already factories that had been built. Now they just needed to move the production magic machines and other equipment in, and they could start working. This was one of the things that Signs was more convenient compared to Earth. Because all the magic cars used magic crystals as their energy source, they didn't need to set up circuits like the factories on Earth. As for the problem of water, because this place was close to the river, it was much easier to solve. During these days, Camby's dwarves and the New Flyer staff had already finished arranging the first batch of goods. Camby's group had even built a small magic machine development center and had been testing the new working environment of the magic machines over the past few days. The results of the test showed that because Seoul City was in the north, the winters were very cold. The magic machines would be affected by this kind of cold weather, and the most common problem was that they didn't have enough power. This wasn't hard for Su-yi. Other than the magic machines that Chairman Pompey had brought, they had also brought various household magic machines, including 10 magic air conditioners. After placing these magic air conditioners around the workshop and putting in enough magic crystals, the 10 magic air conditioners began to blow out warm air. It didn't take long for the entire workshop to become warm. Feeling the warm air from the magic air conditioners, Su-yi couldn't help asking Chairman Pompey, who was curiously looking around, "Since you're feeling cold on the road, why don't you use these magic air conditioners first?" Chairman Pompey looked at Su-yi in surprise. "Chairman Su, are you doubting me? Our first and carriage company is a professional logistics company. How could we take out the goods that our customers entrusted to us for our own use? This would seriously affect the reputation of our company." Su-yi laughed and gave a nod of praise. He turned to Count Samo and said, Lord City Lord, look, the First and Carriage Company's reputation is quite good. You really should seriously consider giving the logistics of Seoul City to them. Hearing Su Yi's words, Chairman Pompey looked at Su Yi with gratitude before looking at Samo Count with an expectant look. Samo Count found this funny as he pointed at Su Yi. Speak. What benefits did the First and Carriage Company give you to make you recommend them this much? Aren't I speaking the truth? Su Yi gave a shrug before continuing. Lord City Lord, I am serious. Our Banta City will have more and more connections with Seoul City in the future, and after Seoul City develops, it will be connected to the other cities of the kingdom, even the Drake Duchy and other countries. We need a professional logistics company to take care of these tasks. Then why don't I find a company in Seoul City? Count Samo asked back. Su Yi looked at Chairman Pompey, and Chairman Pompey patted his chest as he loudly said, Sir Count, our First and Carriage Company is interested in setting up a branch in Seoul City. We ask for Sir Count's support. Count Samo looked at Chairman Pompey before turning to Su Yi. Su Yi, you should understand. Only it doesn't matter if I agree. In the Northeast Province, there isn't just a single city like our Seoul City. Could it be that you've forgotten what happened on your way here? Su Yi's eyes had a cold glow. I won't give those people another chance. Chapter 473. Dalaketan City was a bit more to the south than Seoul City, but the snowstorm that came from the north still covered Dalaketan City in the morning, dyeing the city white. Count Michel put down the letter in his hand and looked out the window. There was snow outside and icicles hanging from the branches, looking very beautiful. It also meant that Dalaketan City would have a good harvest next year. However, Earl Michel didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he felt a little worried. His Highness Eric was clearly dissatisfied with Longley Count secretly contacting Su Yi and even inviting New Flyer to invest in Basaru City. He even angrily accused Longley Count of being a traitor. Not only had he betrayed his Highness Eric, he had also betrayed his dead father. Perhaps it was because of Longley Count's anger, but his Highness Eric was also very dissatisfied with Michel's suggestion of cooperating with New Flyer. His words were filled with doubt towards Michel, even questioning him. He was just short of asking Michel if he also wanted to be a traitor. Count Michel wasn't surprised by his Highness Eric's reaction, but he was very disappointed that his Highness Eric only knew how to express his anger in this situation. Before he truly understood why Longley Count contacted Su Yi, he had already decided that Longley Count was a traitor. In Michel's eyes, this was a very stingy method. Even if Longley Count had contacted Su Yi and invited New Flyer to invest in Basaru City, this was different from him betraying his Highness Eric. It didn't mean that Basaru City and the Longley family would join Her Highness 70's side. At this time, His Highness Eric should have investigated the situation and made a decision after understanding Longley Count's thoughts. He shouldn't have pushed Longley Count out from the beginning. He had already decided that Longley Count was a traitor. So even if Longley Count didn't have any thoughts of betraying His Highness Eric, he would be forced to leave in this situation. His Highness Eric didn't have that many supporters in the Northeast Province. There was only himself, Longley Count, and Lamart City's Count Will. Now that he had decided that Longley Count was a traitor and he was doubting himself, could it be that he was planning on abandoning the support of the Northeast Province? Although Count Will's Lamart City was the largest city in the Northeast Province, just with Lamart City, it couldn't represent the entire Northeast Province. Not to mention that compared to Her Highness 70's firm supporter Samo Count in Seoul City, Count Will wasn't that strong. Moreover, the New Flyer had already invested in Seoul City. If Samo Count and Seoul City were given a few years to develop to the same level as Banta City, the entire Northeast Province would have to listen to Samo Count. Thinking of this, Michel Count suddenly felt a strong sense of exhaustion. His Highness Eric's attitude towards him made him a bit unhappy, and His Highness Eric's method of dealing with this matter made him very disappointed. He even felt that his choice back then was a bit wrong. Perhaps it would be better to support Her Highness 70? As soon as this thought appeared in Count Michel's mind, he immediately tossed it out of his mind. As an old noble who was almost 60 years old and had experienced several changes in the kingdom's politics, he had a principle, which was that in the most intense competition, there were winners and losers, but the ones who weren't welcomed the most were the ones who couldn't decide. Michel Count gave a sigh and pinched his forehead, calming his expression. He picked up the bell on the table and shook it, calling his personal butler Indiana. Go and investigate what Longley Count and Sue E. did in the 2 days they were together. Even investigate what they said. Michel Count first gave the order. Then send a gift to Count Longley in my name and tell him something. The butler looked at Michel Count. Michel Count paused, and after thinking for a bit, he continued, tell him that I hope he can inherit old Longley's will and become Basur city lord. The butler's expression was a bit strange. This was his first time receiving such a vague order from Count Michel. But the butler didn't have any thoughts of asking and obediently wrote down these 2 orders. That's right. Has the goods for His Highness Eric been prepared? Michel Count asked. It's already prepared. We can put on the carriage and set off at any time. The butler replied. Carriage. Michel Count smiled with a bit of mockery in his smile. All right. Arrange for the carriage to set off as soon as possible. His Highness Eric probably can't wait any longer. The butler made a sound of acknowledgement and then stopped. Speak, Michel Count said in a deep voice. The butler quickly said, Sir Count, when we were collecting these goods, there were some rebellious people who tried to resist. In the end, the city guard soldiers didn't pay attention and were too heavy-handed, resulting in... Seeing the butler's troubled expression, Michel Count's face sunk. How many died? The butler replied with a bitter smile. 13 have died and 56 are heavily injured. I'm afraid 20 or so of them won't be able to hold on. That means close to 40 people will die. Michel Count's face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out. I told them to collect goods, not to kill people. The butler saw the anger hidden in Michel Count's eyes and was afraid, but he still had to explain. Sir Count, it's already the end of the year, and there aren't many things left in the homes of the commoners. They were forcefully taken away, so of course they would go all out. The city guard soldiers couldn't just not fight back. So then, the butler didn't dare to keep talking. Seeing the expression on Michel Count's face, he suspected that if he kept talking, he would also be in trouble. Michel Count fell silent with a gloomy face for a while before taking a deep breath. He waved his hand and said, Since they're already dead, then forget it. Find the soldiers who killed them 100 gold coins each. If they can't pay up, then throw them all in jail. The butler was startled. Sir Count, I'm afraid there will be questions. Michel Count looked at him, and the butler immediately swallowed his words back into his stomach. All right, go and arrange for the goods to be transported out. Michel Count waved his hand and had the butler leave. Seeing the tired look on Michel Count's face, the butler didn't dare say anything else and silently left after giving a bow. Michel Count stood there in a daze for a while before he suddenly gave a sigh and revealed a self-deprecating smile. So in our large Delacadan city, it's a bit hard for us to gather 300,000 gold coins worth of goods. Hashtag. Lord City Lord. These are the accounts that will be handed over to the kingdom's treasury. Please take a look. Banta City's City Lord Manor's financial officer Fumar respectfully took out an account book and handed it over to 70 on the other side. 70 took it and looked it over before putting it down with a nod. I'm already clear on this account. There's no need to check it. 70 said with a faint smile. Our Banta City can pay over 700,000 gold coins to the kingdom's treasury this year because of everyone's hard work. It's been hard on you. I'm here to thank you on behalf of Royal Father. The City Lord Manor's financial officers in the room quickly stood up and gave a bow to 70 in fear. Your Highness, this is our work. We can't accept your thanks. That being said, everyone's faces were filled with joy. The entire room was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Banta City's income this year was much higher than last year, so the lives of everyone in Banta City had greatly improved. After these City Lord Manor's financial officers left the City Lord Manor, they would be respected no matter where they went. It's because of your outstanding work that our Banta City can develop this well, so it's right to thank you. 70 said, All right, everyone sit down. Now let's discuss Banta City's development plan for next year. Baron Fumar, tell me, after we hand it over to the kingdom's treasury and after we take care of this year's expenses, how much money does our Banta City have left? Baron Fumar didn't need to look at the records as he directly replied, There's 1,276,346 gold coins left. That's close to 1,280,000 gold coins. 70 nodded. As for how to spend this money, does anyone have any good suggestions? Everyone looked at each other and hesitated a bit. Don't be afraid, just give your opinions. I just want to ask if you have any feasible suggestions. 70 encouraged them. Then, Lord City Lord, I'll give a suggestion first. Baron Fumar raised his hand and said. 70 nodded to him and gave him an encouraging smile. Baron Fumar quickly sat up and said with a serious look, Your Highness, I propose taking out a sum of money to renovate the old district of our Banta City. Now our Banta City is gradually developing into the most prosperous city in the south. But the old district is still the same as before. I feel that it doesn't match the current status of our Banta City. That's right. Compared to the clean, beautiful, and tidy new district outside, the old district is simply another world. Another administrative officer echoed. Another official added, The people of the old district all want to move to the new district. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to save some money to buy a villa built by the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce, I would have already moved out. That's right, the old district is small and crowded. It's not convenient to do anything. If we can renovate it and make it a bit more beautiful, that's not bad. I also think the same. Hearing everyone agree, 70 thought about it before nodding. This is a pretty good suggestion. Then Baron Fumar, since you've made this suggestion, have you thought about how much money you'll need to spend? Baron Fumar seemed to have thought about it a long time ago. With a confident look, he replied, My lord, it's obviously impossible for us to really make drastic changes to the old city. So, my proposal is only to repair the parts that are particularly old and can't be used. So it's just building some public facilities, fixing some broken parts, and making some improvements. According to my initial estimates, it should be around 50,000 gold coins. Only 50,000? 70 was a bit surprised. 70 was a bit surprised. You really are thrifty. All right, taking away the 50,000 gold coins, we still have a surplus of 1,200,000 gold coins. Do you have any better suggestions? Baron Fumar was a bit surprised. Lord City Lord, do you want to spend all 1,200,000 gold coins? Of course we can't spend it all, but there's no use in leaving all this money on hand, right? This money comes from the taxes paid by the citizens of Banta City, so of course it should be spent on improving their lives. Come, think of a new suggestion. Everyone looked at each other and couldn't think of a good idea for a while. Seeing everyone's awkward appearances, 70 gave a sigh. She thought that if Sue was here, he would definitely have a bunch of new ideas. This fellow was very good at earning money, but he was also very good at spending money. But then 70 found it a bit funny. When all the cities in the kingdom were having headaches over their finances at the end of the year, they were worrying about how to spend money next year. This really was a kind of extravagant worry. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.